16th arrondissement, one of the most famous districts of the great city of Paris. The city of light, the city of landmarks, the city of some of the finest architecture and verdancy of greenery that the world has ever seen. Time then for new growth, time for a landmark moment in the sport of wheelchair tennis, because this is the first medal event of Paris 2024 of wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games. And there will be new growth in the sport. There will be a nation winning its first ever medal in wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games. A new monument to be built. Evidence of how the great sport is growing. Big crowds, big expectation, excitement as the spectators gather at the iconic Stade Roland-Garros, built in 1928, and at the time a revolutionary force in clay court architecture. Clay courts used to be unplayable for days when a bit of rain came along, but the way things were done in the 1920s at Roland-Garros changed forever how clay courts functioned. In the first match of this particular session, two nations will change how their sport is perceived in their country, if they can get onto that podium. Welcome to Suzanne Longlong, welcome to Roland-Garros Stadium, welcome to the Paralympic Games of Paris 2024. It is a splendid day. It's always a splendid day when wheelchair tennis is to be played, especially when, if it rains, you can just pop the roof on the court, which has happened a few times at these games, but it shouldn't be necessary today. Sense of anticipation, of excitement, of medals to be won, of a place in Paralympic history waiting to be yours. And it is a great pleasure to have your company wherever in the world you are joining us from, whoever you're supporting, however long you've been enjoying the wonderful sport that is wheelchair tennis. Part of the Paralympic Games since 1992 as a full sport, a demonstration sport in Seoul in 1988. Well, Paris has embraced it heart and soul here. Suzanne Longlong Court hosting first and foremost the quad doubles bronze medal match. We'll then take you through some women's singles semi-final contests and conclude this session with the men's doubles semi-final. A lot of youngsters here to enjoy the action, and they're going to get some grandstand entertainment on one of the great grandstand courts in the world of tennis. For the first time ever, we have a Grand Slam venue hosting wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games. The quad doubles bronze medal match as South Africa's Donald Rampardi and Lucas Sitole face Brazil's Leandro Pena and Imanito Silva. Neither of these nations has ever won a wheelchair tennis medal at the Paralympic Games. So who will it be? Who will become the 13th nation to win a medal in this sport at the Paralympics? 13. Unlucky for some, definitely a number of great fortune for one of these two nations. Fans taking their seats. And we will have the very important traditional start to the games, the coup de bâton, taken from classical French theatre. And that's Elodie and Christophe, who have been hugely important in the orchestration and administration of this event. And one would expect them to be pretty spot on in the thrice striking of the baton, because the organisation has been pretty spot on of this competition so far. So thank you, Elodie and Christophe. Flawless. And you've got to treat that red clay with respect. Thank you to all of those folk of Paris 2024 who've been involved in the organisation and administration of these games. And here they come, Donald Rampardi and Lucas Sitole, 31 and 37 respectively. The 6th highest ranked partnership of the 6 in quad doubles, and they've made it to the bronze medal match. That's a great accomplishment in itself. It's their 12th competition as a team. And it is a 2nd bronze medal match at the Paralympic Games for Lucas Sitole. They will take on Leandro Pena and Imanito Silva of Brazil, the 4th highest of the 6 partnerships. And they have won 3 titles, just as Rampardi and Sitole have won. More experienced as partners, 32nd competition together. And they were the silver medalists at the Pan American Games in Santiago in Chile last year. And they actually, believe it or not, faced each other for bronze in the singles competition. It is a great pleasure to have their company, to have your company, and for me it's an absolute honour to be joined by Paul Walker, who played at the first ever US Open of wheelchair tennis in 2005, and not only does he know just about everything about this sport, everyone knows him in this sport, because Paul, we were there at Roland-Garros looking at the practices early on, and these two gentlemen saw you and were beaming and delighted, and we're delighted to see them, aren't we, because they're such entertaining players.
Yeah, I got a chance to roll onto the court with them. Thanks, Ali. It's great to be with you. I think we're both brimming with anticipation here for what's going to be a remarkable and, as you mentioned, historic wheelchair tennis match on this lovely stadium court. The sun is shining here in Paris. It has been great so far. Every day of the competition has had thrills and excitement. The fans have been delighted to be here and supporting this great sport, as mentioned, since 1992, when it first was introduced in Barcelona. And yeah, it's these guys and gals that play the sport that I've been involved with for well over 20 years. It's a part of me. It's been a great part of my life. And so many of them express what an amazing impact it has had on their life. You know, changing their lives, quite frankly, giving them the opportunity to travel, see the world, participate, compete, and just go places maybe some of them never would have ever dreamed that they would go. And this is the culmination of it all. This has always been the highest stage. The sport now in all 4 Grand Slams, but I still consider the Paralympic Games, not to use the phrase, but the gold standard for all of these events right here. And today, it's all about the bronze. And you know what? When you're in the gold medal match, you're going to come away with something around your neck. But man, you have got to compete. You've got to dig in. You have got to win the bronze. It's something unique about this particular event. Nobody wants to finish 4th place. 3rd place is what it's all about, because that's the best you can do at this moment, and you're on the podium.
They always say, don't they, in any sport at the Olympics and Paralympics, that the bronze medal match is the hardest one, and it's the hardest one to lose. Yeah,
I think, to use a phrase that I think you guys use in Britain a lot, gutted if you come away not getting the bronze. And both of these teams here are going to be really giving everything they could possibly give on this court today to secure, as you mentioned, that historical first ever medal for either one of these teams.
We are moments away from the start of this, the first medal match in wheelchair tennis at Paris 2024.
Like a blink of an eye that we were here starting and kicking off and talking about first round matches, and everything just started, and here we are. We're at a medal match, and it's just amazing that we've come this far already in the competition.
Lots of fans have taken their seats now on Suzanne Lenglen Court, and a metaphorical literal glass always raised to the great Suzanne Lenglen, 6 times a French Open champion, winner of 31 majors. And of course to Monsieur Eugène Adrien Roland-Garros himself, an aviator and fighter pilot who lost his life in 1918. And and after whom this great institution of global sport is named. And one of these two pairs, Paul, are going to become institutions in wheelchair tennis because they're going to enter Paralympic history.
Somebody's going home here. Somebody's going to the great continent of Africa, or somebody's going to the continent of South Africa, and they're bringing home with them something that nobody from their continent has ever done before. And that's just a remarkable possibility. I think they've all got to be looking at it like the opportunity of a lifetime.
Yes, the first African honours, the first South American honours we will discover. We're going to hand over now to the chair umpire, Yevgenia Delushieva, from the beautiful city of Tashkent in Uzbekistan, an ancient Silk Road city that used to be a place where precious commodities, spices, metals were taken all the way from the east through to Europe. Well, it's a different kind of Silk Road now. It's the Silk Road to the Paralympic podium, where the most precious commodity of all is to be won. Not traded, but earned, because a medal at the Paralympic Games awaits. Congratulations then to Yevgenia Delushieva on being selected as the chair umpire for the first medal match in wheelchair tennis at Paris 2024. Congratulations to Donald Rampardi and Luca Sitole. Congratulations to Leandro Pena and Imanito Silva on making it to this stage.
It's like the South Africans starting to kind of figure out strategically what do they want.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah,
last time for talking, isn't it? And you know, what's that like, these last moments?
Yeah, a lot of times, yeah, I mean, I think it's coming out, and we're going to get a full stadium shot here. We've got about half the stadium in shade and half in sun. It's going to change over the course of the time in this match. But right now, those guys are trying to figure out. Most of the time, once they get on a side, it's about the serve or the return. Take a choice, stay where you're at. But every now and again, they might put in a little strategic twist there and say, you know what, let's flip sides and let's us warm up over here, and we'll start the match on this side. But we'll see. It's going to happen here rather quickly.
The Brazilian gentleman winning the toss of the coin and electing to receive. What a nice atmosphere at the net there. What sporting spirit. It's a great community, isn't it?
It's a unique community. I've always said these are some of the most fierce competitors in the world, but there's ultimately some sort of a kindred spirit that goes on, and there's a respect and appreciation. You could see it in that exchange right there at the net. No animosities, just let's go, let's have a great match, and may the best team win. It really sounds kind of trite or kind of cliche, but I think that's what the spirit is right here, right now.
Let's take stock then of what we are expecting from this contest. And in the foreground, closest to the bottom of your screen, Donald Rampardi and Luca Sitole, the South African partnership. Rampardi ranked 8th in the current doubles rankings, and Sitole, who is on the right, 31st. They had a very tough win in their opening contest, 10-6 in the match tiebreak against Francisco Cailef and Diego Perez of Chile. Notoriously hard clay court players to take on. They then lost to the Dutch top seeds, 6-1, 6-1 in the semi-final stage.
Yeah, I had the chance to call that match, that first round match that was so much, and you can go on and talk about this one right here and how the team from Brazil got to these to this bronze medal match.
Well, it couldn't be more different, could it? The path they had in the quarter-final stage, a 6-2, 6-1 victory over the duo from Turkey, Ugur Altinel and Ahmed Kaplan, and then a loss 6-1, 7-5 to Andy Lapthorne and Greg Slade of Great Britain in the semi-final stage. Now, Paul, we expect these two to be, in so many ways, classical clay court players. They're hard to beat. it'll be different stylistically, won't it, looking at Rampadi and Sitole?
Yeah, the most explosive player on the court is Donald Rampadi. I mean, he's got the biggest weaponry, single shot ability to finish a point on the court, but it's about how many opportunities he's going to get. Can Sitole set him up for enough opportunities, or can the Brazilians kind of play a 2-on-1 game against Sitole and kind of isolate Rampadi? I think that's what I'm looking for early on here, and we'll see how that unfolds early. But those two guys right there, the Brazilians, they're going to grind it out. They are no strangers. You can see the clay all over his chair, all over his strapping. I mean, these guys love the dirt, and they're going to get dirty here today, and they're going to grind from start to finish.
You're absolutely right. They are just, they're in their element, aren't they? This is their surface.
100%. You grow up in Brazil playing tennis, and I know it's been mentioned for Silva, his great spirited tennis player inspirations, Guga Kuerten, you know, one of the great Brazilian clay quarters of all time, and then also he loves Guillemot Fils from France. So I mean, he knows guys that know how to play tennis on the clay. So no stranger for him. Great look at the lefty there, Lucas Sitole, the highest ranked ever of any of the players on the court. Formerly ranked number 2 in the world and has a singles Grand Slam title in 2013, having won the U.S. Open. So he has achieved at the highest level beyond any of the other 4.
They've both been the South Africans' doubles Grand Slam champions. Rampadi last year at the French Open with Andy Lapthorne.
Another lefty. So, I mean, you know, maybe that's the magic. Maybe that righty-lefty magic here on the red clay of Roland-Garros. Maybe that is going to be the combination that delivers today.
That gentleman is a graduate of sports management from the University of Johannesburg. Sometimes they call him the Twister. That's his nickname among his teammates. Lucas Sitole. Great athleticism as a player. There is the 41-year-old oldest gentleman on the court, Imanito Silva. Leandro Pena is from the lovely city of Uberlândia in Minas Gerais. Great part of Brazil, famed for having among the best food cultures in Brazil. I say that with nervousness because everybody in Brazil maintains they have the greatest food culture in Brazil. But he trains Leandro Pena at a lovely place called the Praia Club, which is a stunning multi-sport venue. I've been fortunate enough to actually go there and see the facilities, and it's a quite paradisical place, Paul, the Praia Club, because you've got a lovely swimming pool at the centre of it all, and people playing futsal and volleyball and peteca and all forms of tennis on all forms of courts. So I don't know if they've got any grass courts there, but it's the Praia Club. They might well, and then you can retire to the pool with a glass in hand at the end of the day. So, you know, it's a lovely place.
My one trip to Brazil back in 2006 for a World Team Cup competition, coaching the U.S. women's team back in 2006. We stayed at a club. I don't recall the name of the club, but I think of a similar nature where you get the sense that there's just vibrancy and life going on. Tennis courts there, pools, restaurants, all on site, really luxurious, lush. I mean, really was a phenomenal atmosphere back in 2006. I have fond memories of that. So my one time in Brazil, great memories.
Just saw the lovely sight of the traditional yellow and blue attire of the Seleção Brasileira in the crowd, and actually the even more, perhaps should we say, hipster choice of the yellow and green stripes, which is the oldest colours of the Brazilian national football team. Back in the early 1900s, they wore yellow and green. Not as well known for it nowadays.
Is there much of a tradition of football in Brazil?
I think there's a couple of people playing, yes.
Okay, I really didn't know if that's something that was significant down in that part of the world. We'll get those folks started on football or soccer, as we would like to call it. It is a craze, as it is so many places in the world. Man, Brazil.
Well, here we go. It is time to discover the destination of the first medal in wheelchair tennis at Paris 2024. And we will learn in X amount of time, because there's no telling how long this one might be, who will be the 13th nation to win a wheelchair tennis medal at the Paralympics. Neither South Africa nor Brazil have ever made it onto the podium before. One of them will today.
You referenced that first round match against the Chileans that the South Africans were able to come through. That's a 3-hour match, and that's with a match tiebreaker. But that was just over 3 hours. I think it was 3 hours and 1 minute. So we got plenty of action ahead of us here today.
You're watching the quad doubles bronze medal match in wheelchair tennis at Paris 2024. South Africa against Brazil. Neither nation has ever won a medal before at the Games. Let's find out who takes it. Paul Walker alongside me. Paul, what is it that you really expect to see stylistically in this match?
Well, like I said early on in the opening there, and you could see it on example there in the first point, Donald Rampati doesn't get to touch the ball. So right now, at least, again, we're only 1 point in, but that sends a signal to me pretty early. We do not want to let him get hot and get on a roll. He's the one that can really hurt you.
And what's difficult there, of course, if you are the player who's out of the points, is you feel compelled to get in there and sometimes maybe artificially engineer the wrong opportunity?
Yeah, your level of patience is tested just constantly. You're like, okay, am I going to get one opportunity? And if so, you know, do I stay steady? Do I kind of keep the point, or do I just kind of overplay too often? And it's a tough role to play, but some of these guys figure it out and know how to induce themselves into the point when necessary.
And if you're not steady, if you're having an inconsistent day, those two gentlemen, Leandro Pena and Imanito Silva, will be all over you. They'll bring out errors, won't they?
Yeah, they're just going to be like balls in play, solid wall. So far, we haven't seen anybody going forward. Just going to be content to get warmed up here in the match, kind of find some rhythm, find some groove, strike a lot of balls. That's what they would prefer. It's like a warm-up session.
Just steady, low-risk hitting there from Leandro Pena, and it worked.
And again, the attack on Satoli, again, they're not allowing him, especially as the server, they're not allowing him to get any mobility created. So he's stuck, and the return comes in hard to him, and then he's kind of locked in there, and he doesn't have that ability to get moving and get rolling.
Dynamic of the point changed there, didn't it, when Rampari came into play? But nonetheless, the break of serve has been achieved at the start from the Brazilians.
And it was the error off of the Rampari racket that produced it. And so really great start there for the Brazilians. But that was the first real point we saw there where everybody got involved. That return to serve game, as probably has been talked about a lot in wheelchair tennis, is so dynamic because that server is really vulnerable as the returners in motion and the other three players in doubles on the court can be in motion, but that server can really get locked down if that return comes to them strong. Once that's established, they'll tend to stay on that server.
This remarkable gentleman, by the way, only actually started playing wheelchair tennis in 2019. He is athletically almost implausibly good, considering how little time he's been playing.
It really doesn't make any sense. The first time I saw him was at World Team Cup in Sardinia some years ago, and I could tell, I was like, there's an athlete. There's a guy that is a grinder, knows how to be athletic, knows how to compete. I think that was the biggest thing I took away from him in his early introduction to world-class wheelchair tennis. He was a competitor, and he's continued to hone his skills as a tennis player, and is only getting better and better.
Again, it's classical clay court play, isn't it? Just extend the rally, keep it going, and force the error.
Yeah, a lot of high looping balls there, trying to get some people uncomfortable with balls up above the shoulders. Again, Rampati showing that he's a little bit more functional in some ways, able to take some bigger swings. A few other players with some balance issues that can be exposed with balls up high.
That's lovely. Now, that's the thing about Silva that complements Pena, because he's more of a bold shot maker, isn't he?
Yeah, and that's the experience showing off right there. I mean, he gets a ball right in his strike zone right there. That one wasn't above the shoulders. And Rampati really didn't do a good job of taking care of his side of the court right there. Left that alley exposed. Pays the price.
Clever, very clever.
Really nice. He was in that exchange with Satoli on the cross court, and just when they think that maybe he's going one more time there, just splits it right down the middle. Rampati cannot get to it in time. That was really beautiful. And so now we've seen two examples of a little bit of patient firepower coming from the Brazilians.
Different dynamic to that point. Rampati clearly coming into the net early on and just lurking and waiting for the chance.
Yeah, I think a big part of coming forward in wheelchair tennis, we'll see it here a little bit. We see it a lot in the men's game, somewhat in the women's. I'll continue on that in a second here as we watch this point.
Lovely. And that actually was what they were going for, the South Africans, with the previous point, wasn't it? To come in and...
Yeah, so what Donald's able to do here is start to shrink the court. Now he makes Pena and Silva be shot makers. Now they can't just find some big, wide open space that they can hit to anywhere, relax, and just hit and keep the ball in play. They've got to be more precise. And if you're not spot on, you're going to get examples of that right there. Easy volleys for Rampati for deuce.
That was a fascinating point.
Yeah, nice job of Rampati and Satoli doing great communication, exchanging positions. Satoli initially in the front court, but recognizing that's not my strength. Donald coming forward, applying the pressure, forcing the action. A little bit stronger ball there. Brazilians not able to handle that off the racket of Rampati.
And that's unplayable. Splendid from Pena, beautiful angle. And break point saved. And he will do that, Leandro Pena. Every so often, you'll see this unexpected, beautifully struck winner from him.
Looked very comfortable doing that. That was not forced at all. I would have said that that was the best kind of configuration for the South Africans right there, having Satoli on the do side and Rampati on the ad side, being able to come forward with his forehand in the middle, and Satoli's backhand typically stronger than the forehand. But the error from Satoli doesn't really support that theory.
Cheerio.
That supported it right there. Thank you for making my words a little bit more true to form there, Lucas Satoli. That backhand was right where it needed to be.
Well, very often in sport you can have right idea, wrong outcome. It doesn't mean that you should change.
Correct.
Gardez le soleil, s'il vous plaît, merci.
I don't know about you, Paul. I think this is an utterly engrossing match already.
Yeah, we're only, what, second game in, and we're starting to see some of the dynamics we talked about in the opening unfold. I mean, there's the one-shot, you know, abilities of Rampati, and he's going to make you pay, especially, say, on that second serve opportunity right there that he took advantage of.
There we are, back-to-back breaks of serve to open this bronze medal contest at Paris 2024. It's the third meeting between these partnerships. They've both previously played at the Wheelchair Tennis World Team Cup. Pena and Silva won 6-4, 6-3 last year in the fifth place playoff, and they won 6-2, 6-1 in the group stage this year. That latter meeting was on clay. Nonetheless, we should approach those with asterisks next to them for various reasons, which we'll go into after this next point.
Silence, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Merci.
There we go. That is Pena's extraordinary ability to find a bold shot out of nowhere.
Yeah, I don't know how much this was by design or just out of necessity as he's tracking that down. Looked pretty comfortable, like I think I'm just going to dump this one into the short court. So all credit there to Pena. Discovering some magic there that I didn't know he possessed. Should probably mention that he defeated that guy right there, Donald Rampati, in the singles competition here. I was really surprised with that outcome. So clearly he is coming along. You mentioned only starting competitively in 2019, and here he is at the Paralympic stage, looking very comfortable.
To return to the World Team Cup and those previous meetings that they've had. Sometimes, Paul, and you know this better than most because you've actually played in the competition, they can be hard to judge, can't they, those meetings?
Yeah, especially the pool play. You talked about the 5th, 6th. It's a long competition. It lasts a week. And by the time you get down to those playoff positions, having gone through pool play and then ultimately saying, all right, does it really matter if we finish 5th or 6th? It's kind of like, bingo right there on Potty with the backhand.
And it certainly matters if you finish 3rd or 4th at the Paralympic Games.
Yes, that we've already detailed. There's a big difference between 3rd and 4th at the Paralympic Games or 5th and 6th at a World Team Cup. And so, you know, you're at the end of a long week and maybe you're just like, I'm just tired. I'm ready for my trip home. Pool play, it could be a dead rubber. In other words, like, you've already been swept in singles, so you're playing the doubles because in pool play you have to play the doubles because of tiebreaker scenarios that could come into play. And so maybe there you're still not even that interested in the outcome. So yeah, you almost kind of take them with a grain of salt, those matches, these head-to-heads that they've had so far.
40-30.
He said that he never saw himself as a tennis player, and the only reason Donald Rampardi actually went along to play was that a staff member at school suggested it, and he was particularly bored that day. Just decided, well, I'll give it a go.
Timing is everything.
That's marvellous coverage. No wonder Chateau reacts as he does there, because the fight to win that point.
Yeah, fortunately for him, he's left-handed. He's got that additional extension right there. He gets it, goes into the wall, ricochets off, ready to get right back in play. Not necessary. Pena with the error.
We have had the first hold of serve of the contest. Rampardi and Chateau 2-1 up in the first.
That's great. You must do something about it. Take them out.
Good for me, right? No.
Yeah, more two. Tower. Two.
If you are just joining the action in the quad doubles bronze medal match at Roland-Garros Stadium and called Suzanne Lenglen at Paris 2024 between Donald Rampardi and Lucas Chateau of South Africa and Leandro Pena and Imonito Silva of Brazil. We are with serve, but after two breaks of serve. And it is stylistically absolutely enthralling, this.
Well, we're starting to see a little bit of momentum here on the South African side. Rampardi forcing the action a little bit, Chateau digging in a little bit, getting a little bit of some better looks on his ground strokes, which is going to be the foundation of their game. Got a pretty good look at that one right there. I mean, really caught Pena just kind of sitting, not really ready at all. I didn't see any mobility created at all prior to that return, and really caught him unaware. It looks like he's going to leave that line somewhat exposed in an attempt to help relieve pressure in the middle on the Pena serve. As talked about earlier, that server being vulnerable sometimes. And look how far over Pena is, really taking care of that middle.
Good placement there from Pena.
15,
What
14.
Leandro Pena has is an ability to read a game. And that's remarkable, again, for somebody who's still relatively embryonic in their tennis career.
Yeah, I think that comes from probably having a sports background. He just understands sports. And when you've played other sports, your ability to translate them into your new sport of choice, tennis for him, I think it becomes easier to understand how do I win. That's the key here. I don't have to be pretty necessarily.
That is yet again brilliant coverage from Chateau. Rampadi looked at him at the end of that point as if to say, yeah, you got that one, that was your work.
And that's the setup that I talked about earlier. I think that's the ideal. And again, see how often they can get into that setup on the court. That would be their preferred look right there. Chateau looked very comfortable in that exchange. Brazilians having a little conversation down there, up there at the top of the screen. A little momentum starting to build here for the South Africans.
Such an elegant striker of the ball, isn't he?
I think especially on that backhand side, looks so comfortable. He has better balance on the backhand side. When he comes across, he has a better balance. On his forehand side, without that other hand to grip and hold and give stability, he's missing a limb on that right arm. That's pretty impressive. And so he is a remarkable player. A couple of fellows just out having a hit.
It needed a dynamic change, didn't it? And it got it.
And it was the veteran Satoli who produced it. Willing to change it up, mix it up.
And I suppose that's what you've got to factor in when you're taking on Pena and Silva, is you either respond to their game and just try not to make a mistake, or you put some extra salt and pepper into the rally and try to win the point.
Yeah, and I think that's what Rampadi's trying to do by going forward, and that what we just saw as an example there from Satoli with something a little bit different. Great angle there, going to expose things.
They're really in a purple patch at the moment, aren't they? They're looking great.
I don't even know what a purple patch is, but go ahead and tell me all about it.
Just means they're in form.
Okay. Is it a flower thing? What are we talking about?
No idea.
No idea. It just sounds good. Purple patch. All right. I'm going to use it. Look at that right there from Lucas Satoli. Splits the Brazilians, and they take the game at love. Very comfortably, looking smooth. Everything downhill for the South Africans right now.
4-1 in this bronze medal match. Brilliant work from Rampadi and Sithole. I am to tell you, Paul, that a purple patch refers to ornate and lavish writing. Comes from 16th century literature, apparently. So I've just learned that for the first time.
Okay.
But has since become used just to mean a great period of form, a great spell.
Okay.
But they are in a great spell, aren't they?
They are. They've been on a nice little roll here. Really kind of finding their form, finding the groove. They've been able to create rhythm in their game with a game plan. And it's the Brazilians who we talked about likely being the patient grinders who are being the inconsistent, unforced error makers right now.
So just to flip this, what do they do?
Yeah, I think they've got to make a determination of, all right, we've got to be a little bit more specific with our shot making, not just balls in play. Let's really be, maybe it's attack the middle a little bit more. Maybe it's actually go to Rampati a few more times and kind of ice the consistency that Satoli's created right now. Donald's going to be explosive, but he's going to be kind of a hot and cold player sometimes. Maybe you can catch him on a cold streak.
Quite. What a point. I mean, the work rate there from Sitole early on. Right idea, just didn't quite get it.
Yeah, and that's going to be a tough volley. He's trying to make the volley on some angle right there from that position on the court. That's a little bit ill-advised. I think he's better to punch that volley through the middle. Really not an angled position on the court there for that volley. Tried to do a little too much, but still pressing the action, and that's part of their strategy. So even, you know, it's kind of like lose the battle, can you still win the war kind of thing?
Well, the gap was there for Silva.
Probably saying, I make that 90% of the time. Yeah, he, you know, talking to his camp, talking to his coaches, you know I make that shot. Coach is like, yep, yeah.
But the problem is 90% of the time is not a Paralympic Games medal match. And it's just the different sense of occasion, isn't it? That they would be only human to feel the pressure of this, to feel the magnitude of it.
Yeah, but I'll come back to, I'll circle back to the format. It's a unique format. I like it really a lot. Maybe they struggle in this set. Maybe the South Africans are just too good in this set. Can they settle, take the second, force the breaker, which would really be dynamic.
That's such quick thinking and clever play from Donald Rampati. Difficult striking angle and a fabulous start from the South Africans, who got another break of serve.
Yeah, he was looking for help right there from Sitole and realized it's not there. He's not going to get it. And so it was only on his racket if he could get it at all. And boy, he did get it.
5-1. They will now serve for the first set. It's one thing, Paul, to play that ball, but to actually win the point with that ball, I mean, that's extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's that kind of player that's going to, we saw in the volley attempt on the point that he missed. He's going to go for some things, and that's been the key to their success. When he goes for things and misses, he can't back off. That is part of their team dynamic. He has got to be the striker, the guy that finishes, some high risk, some high reward. If he stays in that mode, they are a dangerous team.
Meanwhile, Sitole is the chap who gets everything.
He's been a rock so far, and that's a great example. Not only did he get to that ball, but had the presence to throw it up. There was a little bit of chaos. They were out of position. Now he doesn't give a nice ball for Pena to get to quickly. Forces him with a no-pace ball into the air. Again, that's a veteran play by Lucas Satoli right there. Calmly dig that ball out. A lot of effort to get there, then calmly just throw it up.
Very sound tennis, this. Very intelligent tennis.
Yeah, the first ball that pulls Pena out, he's able to dig down, and then that second volley, not going for too much, but just the depth on that next volley is what really was the problem for Pena.
You would back him many times to make it.
Yeah, and the score, you know, that's a score-based decision right there. You're up 30-love. You got a ball you can handle. You're in an offensive position. Take a rip. You know, you catch it. You're 40-love. You're cruising. You're keeping momentum. You're keeping that kind of aggressive nature. You want to continue to have that mindset.
Similar sort of idea there.
Same thing, and he cannot back off. I mean, if I'm Lucas Satoli right now, I'm saying, keep swinging. Those are good decisions. Just a little bit of error of execution, but the decisions are not bad decisions. And he has got to maintain that aggressive posture. And again, 2 points, unforced errors, but you're only back to 30-all. Really nothing lost.
Brilliant, lovely angle there from Imanito Silva, and the Brazilians have a break point.
14.
At 5-1, yeah, I don't think they're sweating things out too much here, South Africans. But that is that's a good indicator for Silva to kind of get himself into the match a little bit. 2 well-struck balls in a row. Been the least involved player in the match so far.
Well, we have got an interruption to this excellent spell for the South Africans. That's the first game won in 6 for the Brazilians. 5-2.
Time.
Have we just witnessed a mere interruption? Or is it a sign that things are about to change? It's maybe a fanciful thought at 5-2 in the first set, but strange things can happen in the wonderful sport of tennis. It's got a scoring system that lends itself to twists and turns of momentum. This is now a big service game for the Brazilian gentlemen. Because if they can get a hold of serve here, suddenly it will feel a little less comfortable for Rampari and Satole. And that was a clever shot, wasn't it? Looped into the corner.
Yeah, great shot there by Pena again, who continues to position himself securely in the center of that court, playing the percentages on the returns. We'll see if the South Africans We saw a forehand down the line from Satoli earlier. We'll see if he's able to get back to that and really try to pull Peña back out of the court instead of allowing him to hover in that center spot.
Not up.
Interesting term you used a moment ago there, Paul. You talked about playing percentages. For people who are new to watching wheelchair tennis, what exactly are you meaning by that, and how does that apply here?
Yeah, it's the same principles of tennis, period, whether it's wheelchair or a body tennis. You're just talking about the lower part of the net going through the middle of the court, whereas the lines, the net's higher. You actually bring the lines into play so you can miss wide, but the biggest target in the court is in the middle. And teams tend to want to really protect that middle area. It's the easiest shot for players to make shots to the middle, so you have to always protect the middle. But boy, exposed there right now with some magic from Rampati.
Everything in tennis, as it is in most sports, comes down to the extent to which you are willing to risk and how well you judge those moments of risk.
Yeah, it sounds crazy, but it's all mathematical equations, really. It's all about those percentages. You're talking about risk, reward, payoff, return on investment. You know, riskier attempts and investments, maybe bigger payoffs, bigger bank account, but you know, possibly some greater losses as well. So it's just pure math.
Maybe even Paralympic bronze. It's set point for the South Africans, a second one. Oh, it's most regrettable, a double fault, and it is the first double fault of the entire match. It means it's the opening set then for Donald Rampadi and Lucas Sithole of South Africa as they bid to become the first from their nation ever to win a wheelchair tennis medal at the Paralympic Games. The exquisite setting of the Jardin de Tuileries, the Tour Eiffel in the background, the great architecture of Paris. Some of it classical, some of it much more modern. And there could well be a moment of modern history in the making here as Rampadi and Sithole have the first 6-2. "38 minutes of play, and interestingly, not as many unforced errors from the South Africans as the Brazilians, and that's an alarming statistic for the Brazilians.
Yes, that's some clean tennis from South Africa, really kind of weighing their options. We'll get a good look at some highlights right here from set number one, and we'll see how it is that the South Africans were able to produce that rather comfortable first set victory. I think the foundation of it was really the steady play of Lucas Sithole. When he's steady, he frees up Rampati to take risk.
14.
There weren't many moments where it was the Brazilian partnership producing the spectacular winner. More, it was that sort of shot we were seeing from Rampadi, encroaching, getting up to the net, Sithole doing the hard work from the baseline, and then a rather sad conclusion. It's always difficult, isn't it, when a set ends with a double fault, because you wonder if the player takes that into the change of ends with them and just thinks about what might have been.
Yeah, I think that the Brazilians are going to regroup here, come out with some renewed energy and some new fight here in the start of the second set. But if the South Africans can get up early, boy, stem that momentum change, that would be important.
The beautiful sight of the Eiffel Tower, the beautiful sight of Court Suzanne Lenglen, and the beautiful prospect of medals to be won at the Paralympic Games in the sport of wheelchair tennis. Action will resume in just a moment. More to come in this quad doubles bronze medal match. The wave is working its way around court Suzanne Longlong. And frankly, on the crest of a wave at the moment, Donald Rampardi and Luca Sitole, who have been playing some very stylish and exciting tennis. It is going to be extremely interesting to see what this does in terms of the mentality of Pena and Silva and how they come out in the second set, but also, Paul, how actually Rampardi and Sitole approach the second set, because sometimes the worst feeling that you can have, and elite athletes say this all the time, the worst feeling you can have is the feeling of we're in control and we're winning.
Yeah, I was doing a doubles match last night, and it was a very hotly contested first set, and then the second set, it just one team, the opposite team who won from the first set, who won, just stormed off, reeled off 5 straight games in like a matter of no time. And it was like just this classic example of how doubles can be sometimes. And the momentum swings that can happen, it doesn't make sense. It's not really able to, you're not able to really explain it. It's just the nature of this sport of tennis and how the ebbs and the flows happen. And we'll see if we get ebbs and flows. But right now the flow has mostly been, not mostly, almost exclusively been on the side of Rampardi and Sitole.
It's why we love tennis. It's why we love sport. It's the mathematics, the data analysis, combined with the nature of people to be people, humans to be humans, because yes, these are elite athletes, but first and foremost, they're human beings subject to the same psychological pressures that everyone is subject to the same self-doubts and errors of judgment that we're all subject to. And what makes sport fascinating is that it's played by people who behave like people.
How dare they?
Exactly.
Yeah, but you know, we've hyped out that this is a historical match. You know, at what point do the South Africans start to think, hey, we're moments away from a bronze medal match? And that might be one of the worst thoughts you could have. It sounds crazy, but you really need to be like, I've got a first serve to put in here. I've got a return to make here. That's where they need to stay on the small, you know, really minuscule details of how you win a tennis match. Not about, you know, potentially standing or sitting on a podium. Nope, it's about serves, returns, forehands, backhands, volleys.
Merci.
Play the ball, not the occasion.
There you go.
Second
Summed
set.
up beautifully.
Sitole to serve.
Set number 2. Lucas Sitole to serve. That can be one of the most tried and tested strategies, can't it, in doubles play, to go down the middle into almost the confusion zone between the pair?
Well, you're forcing a decision point, you know. I mean, and again, most really good doubles teams have that decision made. Who's handling majority of the middle balls? But ultimately, is it purely at the 50% mark, or is it 49-51, and can there be any little doubt created for that doubles team? And if there is, and it's just a slight hesitation, that's enough.
What a treat of a point that was.
Yeah, pretty much. Silva, just go ahead and stay over there and just continue to stay engaged, but you're not going to see any tennis balls. Pena doing a phenomenal job. And in the end, it ends up being a Sitole error, but really, Rampardi tried to, you know, kind of introduce himself to the point a couple of times. And we're at 15-all. All that for 15-all.
Now,
15,
that
13.
tried and tested clay court gambit of force the errors, of get the ball back and make your opponents feel the pressure. It's working in the early stages of set number 2.
Yeah, it's all on Penna right now. And he's holding up in the early going here in second set. Clearly, it's the South Africans who have said, you know what, we're going to make the least experienced player on this court beat us. Not a bad strategy. We'll see if it continues to produce for him.
But sometimes that's exactly what the least experienced player wants, isn't it? To have the opportunity to go, okay, you want to take me on? I'll take you on.
Yeah, we talked about his inexperience in the tennis world, but that doesn't mean he's, and I used that term earlier, an inexperienced competitor. He might really embrace the fight. And he say, oh, you're going to come at me? Okay. Yeah. And I think that is his nature.
What an absolutely stunning shot that was from Imanito Silva. Found the invisible gap.
Not getting enough angle. I think Satoli wanted a little more angle on that ball and put it right into the strike zone of Silva. No hesitation. Up and over and no answer.
What a perfect start for the Brazilians. They break at the beginning of set number 2.
Well, they did that in set number 1, and we'll see if things unfold differently from the same start here in set number 2. It was at this point in the first set that the South Africans just took over and went on a run. So we'll see if things unfold differently here.
Merci.
Just the second double fault of the contest. They've both been Brazilian ones, one for each player. Got an incredible angle on that, didn't he, Silva? He's so good at finding the line.
He hasn't had a lot of looks today, and I got to give him credit for the few that he's had. He's produced a lot. And so clearly the strategy to kind of keep him iced, South Africans might be wise to stay there.
Absolute veteran. It was 10 years ago that he won the singles gold medal at the South American Games in Santiago.
That's a miss there by Penna,
18,
but
13.
I think that's a good stroke for him. I mean, I think that level of commitment to that stroke is what they need a little bit more from him in particular. So sometimes there's such a thing as a good error.
Similar sort of outcome. He's a little exasperated with himself, the 34-year-old. 2 break points.
He certainly has a level disposition. I mean, again, 2 errors in a row there. Yeah, you can tell he's a little bit miffed by it, but he's not coming out of his just kind of natural disposition.
And that is a very comfortable break of serve, actually, from the South Africans. And as you said, Paul, in the first set, this is where it all started to become one-way traffic.
Yeah, that's a ball there at 15-40. You know, Silva's just got to get a ball and play there. You're in charge of the scoreboard. You're 40-15. Yeah, I think you take that crack at that angled shot there. But at 15-40, you need balls in play. You got to get back to the heart of your strategy, which is a lot of balls in play. So it's a little bit of a mistake there by Silva, but he just hasn't seen a lot of action, so he's eager to get involved.
Just to remind you that you are watching the first medal match of the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. It is the wheelchair tennis quad doubles bronze medal match. If you are new to the sport of wheelchair tennis, just a brief word on the classifications. There are essentially two classifications, what amounts to the open classification and the quad. The open classification is for players who have a permanent physical disability resulting in substantial loss of function in one or both lower extremities. And for the quad, it's the same criteria with the additional criterion of substantial loss of function in one or both upper extremities.
15-13.
Yeah, and there's some really varying degrees on all of that, and it's what makes the sport very dynamic. It's pretty wide open, and a lot of different abilities out there.
You get the sense here, don't you, Paul, of a set that is waiting for someone to take control of it in the early stages?
Yeah, I'm feeling like it's almost like a little bit of a lull. Everything's just hovering right now, and just nobody's really stepping up, looking to take charge of things. Now that's an attempt from Rampati, and I think that's a strategy that I would like to see them try to employ a little bit more. You know, clearly the Brazilians want to hover and stay back behind that baseline. Haven't seen many, if any, attempts to go forward and employ themselves into the front court. I would be wanting to pull one of them up and separate them from that dynamic team that they are back on the baseline. Maybe easier said than done. He tried to make that drop shot from a tough position, but I'd be looking for more opportunities like that.
Wasn't that good placement? Break point well saved.
14.
Interesting then to think about which of the Brazilians you try to pull in. Do you try to give that gentleman a lot to do on the baseline and bring Pena away from covering the court so well?
Yeah, and I think the thing is, I mean, it sends a signal to me there's a reason why they're staying back there. Maybe there's just a lack of proficiency up at the net, don't feel comfortable up there. I'd like to get somebody forward, and then I'd like to attack them a little bit and see can they hold up with the volleys. Again, that would be separating them from what they're accustomed to being, which is baseliners.
He's an extraordinarily fit and technical player, Titole, but he's also clever as anything, isn't he?
Well, the most experienced player here. And yeah, he's kind of hearkening back to those days when he was one of the dominant forces in the quad division. And he's kind of, for varying reasons, been out of the sport a little bit, kind of come back in again. He's kind of having a renewed second career, now playing the number 2 to Donald Rampati's number 1, the role that, that Lucas played for so many years. And I think he's inspired by an opportunity like this, a medal match here at the Paralympic Games.
It's a third break point for the duo of Leandro Pena and Imanito Silva. They have it. 3 breaks of serve in a row at the start of set number 2. Roar from the Brazilian fans watching on, a sense of an energized Team Brazil. Can they consolidate? It's 2-1.
Time.
Welcome one and all to Roland-Garros Stadium, to court Suzanne Longlong, and to the first medal event in wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games of 2024. One of these two nations will become the 13th to get onto the podium in this sport, the history of the Paralympic Games. Therefore, South Africa and Brazil both in pursuit of their first ever medal in this sport. It is a great occasion in a great place, in a great city, with 4 great players contesting it. And at the moment, we are in a different sort of stage of the match. It feels as though the set is waiting for somebody to seize it, to take control of it. Might it be the Brazilians?
Yeah, that's Rampati right there, just kind of looking uncomfortable on that return. I mean, that was a ball down below the knees. The air is kind of mounting for the South Africans here, and they really go into this second set, something that they were able to avoid in the first set.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because in the first set, the South African pair had 5 unforced errors. They've already had 5 unforced errors in this set. And you talked, Paul, about the Brazilians perhaps hoping that they would get a drop in level from their opponents, and maybe that's happening.
Yeah, that break that we had in between sets there, that was a little extended break when one of the players left the court. That happens in tennis, every level of tennis. U.S. Open is happening right now in New York, one of the grandest stages, the Grand Slam that's going on. It happens there. It's one of the unique disruptors of rhythm. Some people call it a little bit of gamesmanship. Sometimes it's just very legitimate. Nonetheless, it produces that same result oftentimes.
That was a hard worked 4 points from him.
Really much needed right there. They needed to kind of settle down, grind out a point like that, get back to what was working for them in the first set. And it was Chateau who was the rock in that first set. And he demonstrated it right there again.
Merci.
What a piece of play from Silva. That is his great skill, isn't it? That's what he brings to the team, is that ability to finish off a point when it's needed.
Yep, reads the court so well, just kind of pushes in, has a great sense for things. Kind of sees Satoli leaning a little towards the middle.
And a brilliant serve as well. That's just the tonic for the Brazilians. A comfortable hold. It's the first hold of serve we've had in the entire set. And it's the first hold of serve for the Brazilians in this match.
Couldn't come at a better time, separating right there. I mean, 2-2. I mean, again, we always talk about these dynamics. That 3-1, that separation, that two-game gap is so huge for that continuing momentum, you know, creation that the Brazilians clearly have right now. Now the pressure's starting to shift to the South Africans. Totally struggled in his first service game. Here he is now serving 1-3.
Too much of a stretch to control. This is a different Brazil.
Yeah, right now this is what we expected from them in the beginning. We didn't really get it in the first set, but they've kind of zoned in and honed in on the recipe right now.
The South African pair forced 11 errors from the Brazilians in set one, 2 in set 2 thus far. He did amazingly, yet again, to pick up a winning shot out of that point. I think a little chuckle from Rampadi as they acknowledge the fact that that probably wasn't textbook communication.
No, not at all. I mean, but you know what? Sometimes you just got to create. And in the moment, he was able to do it right there. But he's got to be able to inject himself a little bit more. That's what I see. Donald Rampadi's got to get a way to get on the ball more often. And it can't just be by going forward all the time. Staying back, maybe taking a few more middle balls, even that 55-45 percentage of the court, 40-60, and getting his racket on just a few more balls. See, right there, that's an example. And they should have executed a switch right there.
Nice soft touch, delicacy from the clever Donald Rampadi.
Not a lot of switching going on from the South Africans, and I think if they did that, they could create a little bit more confusion for the Brazilians as to where, right now, it's so easy to pinpoint, where's Chateau? All right, that's where we want to go, avoid Rampadi. But if they're mixing and matching them, which they have the mobility and the abilities to do, they're just not choosing to do it that much.
And of course, the last thing you want to be doing as you're about to strike a ball is having a moment of doubt in your mind as to which side you're going to.
Yes, exactly. You want to be fully committed. You want to say, all right, I know where my target is. I go at it. I stay head down on the ball, not looking, peeking. Is it going to be the same person that I'm hitting to? Rampati's got to get back to committing to his stroke, not kind of trying to stay steady. He's got to commit, go all out, impose himself a little bit more.
Just got the length absolutely spot on, Sitole, as Rampati was yet again forced simply to spectate that point.
Yeah, and I don't know that that strategy is going to pay off for them by being so singularly just kind of up there hovering. They've figured out how to avoid him up there, and it puts a lot of pressure on Sitole to have to hit something really dynamic for Rampati to get a look.
Henna really particularly seems to have found his range, doesn't he, in getting over the top of Rampati.
I would almost shift Sitole hard to one side and let Rampati take over maybe 60% of that court and get better looks. And right there, that shift right there, he should stay farther. Sitole should stay more in this corner and let Rampati stay back here.
Little touch of fortune, but it is the hold of serve that was most needed for the South Africans. They seem to remain in good spirits, even though they are trailing by a break in this second set. They, after all, are ahead, having won the first 6-2.
Les joueurs sont prêts. Merci.
And just like the last game with the hold for South Africa, it's the early error here from the Brazilians as their error count starts to tick up a little bit, get closer to leveling things off here in the second set. Bad tactical approach there from Rampati, trying to let that ball, never let the ball get down below the level of the net. That is kind of almost like a rule number one, unless you're going to go super touch there. He's trying to incorporate both angle and a little bit of pop off that ball from below the net. That's a problem. He's got to get that ball while it's high.
Well, that's the gap. Found it more assertively in a point there, Paul, that is more reminiscent of set one.
Yeah, and that's what I had said earlier. He's got to get back to the commitment for shots like that, where he's not hesitating, not kind of, well, I'll give it that 80% ball. He's like, commit. Even if there's an error there, that's what is making that team dynamic. Because that just puts the pressure on these guys. They feel they're under that intense, heavy weight of his attacks. Point was over like 3 times already. Here we are.
Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Be serious and please respect the laws of physics at some point, Lucas Sitole. How on earth, Paul?
Yeah, that's the most dynamic point we've had in the entire match. We had Brazilians going forward, we've had Rampati going forward, and ultimately, what is it? It's the big lob from the lefty.
Did nobody tell him that that point was over?
Don't tell me they're not in this thing to win it.
2 break points.
30-14.
Potty trying to go one and done right there. Could be a real big momentum swinger if these South Africans can get this break here. Yet, says Leandro Pena.
What a massive service game this is for the Brazilians. And they will have to deal with another break point opportunity. This could be the momentum-shifting moment of set number 2. Well. Suddenly, from 3-1, it is level. Set number 2 is finely balanced. The question is that now really psychologically advantaged Rampati and Sitole?
Yeah, I think that's a really good momentum swinger right there. Got the hold, got the break right back, and you saw the separation that they were able to produce there by pulling Pena off the court, opening it up, and then the strength of the Rampati shot, just not enough for Silva to track it down. And that's what they need to try to do more of, really separate that Brazilian team.
Merci.
You almost wonder if that one single outrageous point won by Sitole was the thing that lit the fire in what had been maybe a slightly quiet set from the South Africans.
Kind of feel the intensity certainly picking up. We talked about a little lull in the beginning of this set. It's not there anymore.
Wasn't that clever? Wasn't that clever?
Kind of catches Rampati a little bit flat there. I don't think he expected that at all. He was expecting that ball just to go over to Satoli, as it has so many times today. Caught off guard.
Chateau has played in a bronze medal match before at the Paralympics. He was 4th in the quad singles in Rio, losing to David Wagner. You get the sense that Lucas Chateau is attacking this match with as much vivacity as we have ever seen from him in his career.
Yeah, he's a low-key kind of guy, but you're seeing on a couple of occasions, big point that we talked about earlier, he knows what these big points mean. He knows what these big moments mean. He's been there, he's done it a little bit. He's gone to the top of the mountain at a Grand Slam, and he's kind of really I think he's kind of taken himself back to those moments, pinnacles of his career, and he's bringing them to the court today.
Not the easiest one to take.
No, and that one there, you know, if they get to you on and you're not in a good position, he's best to just kind of say, you know what, can't finish here, so don't lose the point. That one has just got to be bunted back to the middle of the court as best you can, even with a little air. That ball's up above, you can look to finish. Down below there, it's trouble zone. Great serve there, though.
Goodness, what quality at that stage as well. 3-all, 30-all.
Really got in on the body of Silva there. That's one of the great serves in wheelchair tennis, if you can really bore down on the body, not let people get extended.
Wasn't that vision? He knew exactly where that winning shot needed to be placed.
Yeah, once again, I think it's Rampati kind of hedging the bet, thinking, all right, I got to protect and help a little bit to the middle, getting caught a little. See his momentum, he really kind of stopped his momentum there. He's got to get a little bit more depth and then come in and be able to push out of that recovery. Probably covers that ball if he does. Going to say got Peña out of position again, but he didn't need to stay in position.
He disagreed.
I'm out of position, but I'll just finish and not worry about it. Third ball in a row, or third point this game where Rampati's been caught off position.
Great point. This is an absolutely delightful match to watch. It is so unpredictable. It is full of momentum shifts. The Brazilians now have a break of serve. They are 4-3 to the good. Now what? Seems to be an interesting little dynamic there between Yevgenia Dedusheva, the chair umpire, and the Brazilian delegation at the change of ends. Perhaps a suggestion that they should keep their thoughts to themselves during the points?
Yeah, I think they're just energetically getting involved in the match. As you can understand, they're invested in this. And I think in the middle of some points, some of the points that extend and kind of have some high drama, I think they're just engaging a little bit too much when they're not supposed to be. And it's okay for them to have chats with their players on their side, and it doesn't interrupt any normal flow of play. But my guess is that the umpires picked up on a few conversations that they've been having mid-point. She was rather emphatic when she went over to talk with them.
Beautiful. Softness of touch there, not easy.
Yeah, and that's and again, I'm going to come back to something I've talked about a couple of times. That's the setup right there, and that's why this is so much different. Look at that ball down at the feet there, and on the forehand side, he's comfortable there, and he should try to they should try to reproduce that lineup more often. Donald's going to be very much more dangerous in that position.
Those are so difficult to deal with, aren't they? Especially a left-hander going down the line like that straight from the serve.
He's done it a couple times now, so clearly he knows he's capable. He's going to hold that shot there for some key moments. We'll see if he's able to deliver. They could easily make a switch on a ball like that, where there's all day. He could throw something up, not on that one that wide there, but... See, and that's a forehand ball for Donald if he's on this side, which he is now. Yep.
Interesting. The first 2 points of this game were textbook from a returner's point of view for the South Africans. That third one less so.
Yeah, yeah. They got out of sorts there a little bit. Never really seemed to get any good looks. I'd be surprised if we saw an angled shot here from Chateau. Line again. Well, just when you think somebody's going to kind of take charge and South Africa's going to roar back and get the break back, quick couple of points, and then boom, boom, air. And here we are, 30-all.
Things that's so fascinating about tennis is that you can solidify all of your thoughts about the outcome of a match, about the strategy, about the likely direction of the victory according to the form book, and then you can write it all down on a piece of paper and tear it into little pieces and throw it up into the air like confetti, because sometimes you just get into a match like this and it's a case of we're just gonna have to see what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, to use a military analogy, you know, and there's a lot of planning in the military. I've served myself. It's all good until the first bullet is fired. And then things change rapidly. It all goes out the window sometimes. It's the great teams that can kind of get back on the plan in the big moments.
I remember speaking to a coach recently who said, you've got the game plan and then this thing called the match comes along and ruins it.
Yes.
And that's the human nature you alluded to earlier. Things just start swirling in the head. In doubles, it's interesting because in singles you control everything, right? You're pretty much in control of everything you do, but here you're 1/4 of the whole component. Where's that coming from?
What an outrageous shot from Imanito Silva. And the Brazilians suddenly find themselves just a game away from sending this into a tie-break.
And Rampati's very happy with the return, thinks he's going to open up the court, thinks there's no angle, no real space for Silva to come back into, and yet Silva finds that little piece of the pie. What a delicious slice that was.
I called that a point earlier. I thought that was the point that had won them the game, but no, they still haven't quite held on yet.
There's that example of getting Pena pulled up, and look how that exposes that team, and that wasn't any overly dynamic shot, but Silva not able to track it down.
This is becoming one of those games that is monstrously difficult for either pair to get through. Amazing, just caught the line.
Once again, it's the old lion Satoli there. He takes charge, proves to be too strong.
Times we've been at deuce in this game. There've been plenty of opportunities to get it won.
Yep.
Yes.
Are we watching here the game that actually determines the outcome of this set? Because sometimes you feel it, don't you, that there's one single game.
100%. Yeah, the match can flip on game number one of a set sometimes, and it gets into this kind of back and forth. It's an interesting dynamic in the sport. Typically, the winner of this game is your winner, so you're right. It's going to be a bronze medal match game right here. Here's the lineup that favors the South Africans. They shouldn't shift it there. He's got to reach across for his body for any offensive opportunities through the middle now. Just changes the whole dynamic.
They get the point nonetheless. And another huge reaction from Sitole, a second break point.
Now with the break opportunity, and if Satoli is thinking about that return of serve down the line for a winner here, gets the backhand this time. He's been good in these exchanges, Satoli. He's dialed in these lobs. He's going to get some looks here.
3 game points for the Brazilians. They were not able to take them. And the second break point for South Africa yields parity once again in this set. Exactly.
Says it all right there.
How they must be feeling now.
They should be renewed. They should be inspired to go forth here, get this hold, and be on the precipice of a medal. Gotta think it's a live arm coming from Lucas Satoli right now on the serve.
Get the hold here, and suddenly the Brazilians are under immense scoreboard pressure.
Such a great term, scoreboard pressure. Everybody's looking at it, everybody knows, and it just has an immense amount of weight that just lays on you.
He can do it at the most unexpected of times, can't he? Produce those unreturnable efforts.
Yeah, we've seen both him and Silva, when given angle, return in kind at a higher level. It's been really a remarkable thing that they've been able to do on a number of occasions, too many times to make it seem like it's just random.
Well, 3 break points. South African pairing of Donald Rampardi and Lucas Sithole are in a very high-pressure position in this second set.
These have come rapidly. Just when they thought that momentum shift had happened, it's like air has come out of the tires. And here they are, Brazilians, potentially serving for a set here shortly if they can get this break.
It continues to beguile us, this match, doesn't it? Utterly impossible to determine who has truly got the momentum in the set. But one thing is clear. Leandro Pena and Imanito Silva are 1 game away from sending this to a match tiebreak. Well, I think we can safely say, after all we've seen in this match, that we can't safely say anything after all we've seen in this match.
All bets are off. We're just going to let it unfold and see it for ourselves as those at home are seeing it for themselves. There we go.
And we are thrilled to have your company for this bronze medal match in the quad doubles wheelchair tennis competition, Paris 2024, the Paralympic Games. It would be a first ever medal, not just for South Africa and Brazil, but for Africa and South America in wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games. This is immense.
Drop shot.
And on the subject of immense, that was anything but immense. It was light and dexterous and clever.
And that is showed to be very effective all day today. I mean, especially on the Silva side, he's not known for just really great speed, great court cover in the back, but not raw speed. Drop shot's going to expose that a little bit.
No, that's just flawless. Absolutely flawless.
Yeah, a mistake made there and an opportunity taken by the South Africans, but you'll see the slow switch. Silva had a ton of momentum going through the middle of the court. Pena just kind of hanging out, thinking, well, do I need to kind of cover behind him? Needed to get on the wheels early there. Didn't do it, paid the price.
Didn't get the placement right. Extraordinary.
Kind of tried to change the direction of the ball on that one, and again, probably has a nicer angle opportunity there, but he's gone on that play a couple times. Thought maybe he'd catch Pena leaning. Doesn't catch him at all. Makes the error.
Again, not quite right. The principle of it is completely clear, isn't it? And it is a point-winning position on both occasions.
Yeah, just going for a little too much. He should know that he just has to make that ball drop. It's not the angle there that's going to be the difference maker. Again, back to the speed of Silva. He drops it, probably in good shape. Looked like an easy game here. Now getting tense again.
From love 40 to deuce.
3 straight errors there.
And that's where psychologically it must be difficult not to let at least one of those linger in your mind and just think, if only I'd done this, if only I'd done that.
Started this game with an aggressive play through the middle. He's got to get back to that, swinging out a little bit to some very easier targets. Going for a little much now.
Tense game, isn't it?
Starting to get that way. I think from this point on, we can expect nothing but tension. Here we are, 5-4 in the second. Brazil trying to level this thing to send us into a tension-filled tiebreaker.
If the Brazilians manage to convert this set, then to have done it from love 40 is going to feel just phenomenal. Set point now.
Yeah, those could be hard to come by. Yeah, those, you talk about lingering. Like, love 40, how we let that slide. But here we are.
6 out of 16 points won on the second serve in the whole match for Brazil. And they've just won a magnificent 7th, because that is the set accomplished from love 40. Pena and Silva have forced a match tiebreak. If you thought it was tense before, that's nothing compared to what it's going to be like now. On we go.
10-point match tiebreak will be played to decide the match.
1 minute and 1 hour and 8 minutes, I should say. 23 unforced errors from Rampade and Sitole, and that's a stark contrast to the 5 unforced errors they made in set number 1. Let's have a look back at this, Paul. A transformation, really. The Brazilians were a lot more secure.
Yeah, and I think the South Africans took that momentum from the first set, tried to stay aggressive, and the aggressive posture just kind of snaked on them a little bit. Trying to dictate play, and forcing things a little bit, where the errors came from. And to their credit, though, Brazil really did earn that set. There were moments of brilliance on a couple of angled shots that we saw from both Pena and Silva. Unexpected offensive outbursts out of the middle of nowhere at times.
The lovely setting of Paris 2024, the City of Light. And the match tiebreak will shed some light onto who is going to take the first ever Paralympic medal in wheelchair tennis for their country and their continent.
I don't expect the tension to be light at all in this tiebreaker we got coming up here. I expect it to be thick, dense, heavy, and ever-present.
Time.
Fans getting treated to something really special right here, which is awesome. Crowd continues to grow, fill up the seats, and they have to be aware that everything is on the line right now. That little guy's certainly aware. Look at him. Look at the intensity in that face.
So it begins. The match tiebreak. First to 10 points with a 2-point margin.
Merci.
The winner of this
Match tiebreak.
is on the podium.
Rampade to
They
serve.
have the Paralympic bronze. It will be the South Africans to serve.
Sedan, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Merci. Prenez place, s'il vous plaît.
Trying to get some spectators into their seats. Everyone wants to get whatever glimpse they can of this match.
Second serve.
Tough second serve after a big delay here.
They did well there, didn't they, Rampade and Sitole, especially the server.
Yeah, tough circumstances. Did a really nice job of just kind of saying, you know what, roll this serve in. Really kind of caught Silva off guard a little bit. Got a little half bounce return there. So totally jumped on it.
Merci. Merci.
Was the right call, wasn't it, from Silva?
It was, and Rampade's got to take a better job there of protecting his line a little bit. Although with that ball right there, he's got a lot of options. But Donald's got to create a little bit more chair again. We talked about that earlier. He's got time to get deeper in his recovery and then push in and have more momentum to be able to sprint out and cover on that ball. Gotta play to your strengths in moments like this, and that's not Donald Rampati's strength right there, that looping ball. She'd be looking to drive something a little bit more, even if it's at one of those players, maybe try to tie him up and get a weak response that he could go clean up. Looping one in on that return to serve, not his strength.
It's still as clear as mud, isn't it, this one?
We're playing on the dirt anyway, so it might as well be dirty. That's not clean on the strings, but it's in.
Really didn't sit up nicely, did it? Too much height.
3-2.
That hush that just comes over the crowd once some of these points start and get in the middle, and it's just quiet. It's just waiting for something to unfold in front of them.
First point against serve in the tie-break.
Typically the difference in these moments, it's the errors. It's always the errors. Nobody comes out and just blows 10 points past somebody. It's always about typically the unforced errors. Balls that you just make, typically return of serves. Really fundamental tennis in these moments.
They've spent, the Brazilians, virtually all of this match chasing the scoreboard. Suddenly, almost without us noticing, they're in the ascendancy. They're actually leading, and that's a different kind of pressure now for Rampati and Sitole.
Yeah, and that's part of this dynamic of this format, which I really like. It creates these moments, which are magical moments. For magical shots like that. Where's that come from?
And at exactly the moment, Paul, when they needed a bit of magic.
I think sometimes it's easier to play from that behind position where you're just like, I've got to make something happen here, and I'm willing to do it. Sometimes you get that lead and you're kind of like, all right, play safe, play not to lose, and you get a little tentative.
Was there an opportunity spurned there?
We've seen that setup really the majority of the day. That Peña to Sitole exchange. This one, it's in favor of Sitole with the error. Again, got to reduce the errors.
No. Majestic tennis. What quality.
I think back to that tiebreaker that the South Africans won against the Chileans. It was Rampati who was able to take over that tiebreaker with shots like this. We've seen 2 winners from him so far in this tiebreaker. He needs to continue that mindset. He is the big dog on the court right now. He's got to act like it.
It's in. Right plumb on the line. From 4-2 down, 6-4 they lead.
6-4. Rampati Sitole.
Yes, thought that was going to sail.
That was good disciplined work from the Brazilians.
Lucas a little bit too committed to the middle there, had too much ground to cover. Couldn't get there in time.
Well, would you expect this match tiebreak to be anything other than as full of as many directional changes as the match itself has had?
I would not expect otherwise. We're getting the full treat here.
There. He's done it. He's made it. It's incredible. What a point that was. The defensive play from the Brazilians to draw it level at 6-all.
Yeah, Silva was able to read that drop shot from Rampati this time and get on the wheels soon enough to impact and get on it.
6-all.
This is glorious, isn't it?
Yeah, this is what we've signed up for. High drama, high intensity, everything on the line. Can you take the time as an athlete right now to tell yourself, this is what I've dreamt of?
Thank you.
This is the moment that I wanted to be in, and embrace it.
Just to remind you, match tiebreak, first to 10.
Too much. Silva's been very good with the angle today. But not on that one. Look of intensity there. Opportunity lost there from the Brazilians. We'll see how it unfolds.
That was extraordinary, Paul, and he knows it. Leandro Pena. You actually saw the doubt, didn't you?
Yeah, you could see that he was just uncertain in that moment. And once it got to that second bounce, he had no choice. Really wasn't in a position to finish from a position when he was just couldn't be in a better spot. That one right there is a big difference maker.
8-6, 2 points required for the South Africans.
Too much. Again, it's just got to be a drop. You don't need the extra angle there.
8-7. Rampati.
You know, he's cutting across in the middle, so he's creating momentum with his chair. So despite the fact that he's got a soft touch, that ball's going to continue to travel with him because of his chair momentum. He's got to know that he's got to just drop it, and it'll find its way out to that sideline.
Tension, tension, tension. 8-all.
That missed opportunity from Pena seems like a long time ago now. And here we are, 8-all.
First South African double fault in the entire match.
I don't want to be hitting this second serve either right now. Come on, Donald, let's go. Talk to yourself.
Merci.
He is uncomfortable right now. Oh, he
Great
gets it.
reach. What an incredible moment that was. Rampardi somehow got that ball in play from the serve.
I mean, I'm a long way from where they are right now, but I can feel it. I mean, it is palpable, right? And I think that first to 9 there is so critical. I won't be surprised if we get back to 9-all, but right now I feel like, wow, a relief. South Africans with an opportunity.
Bronze for South Africa. History for all of Africa.
10-8.
Donald Rampardi and Lucas Sithole, the first from an entire continent to win a medal in wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games. And that's one of the toughest matches they'll have ever won in their lives.
Just take the moment right now to look at the joy and the utter exhilaration of those two young men and the team coming out in support. Look at that. Look at the spirit right there of the games. These guys travel together, partner together, play together, compete against each other in this moment. Joy and sorrow on exhibition right here. All in the same moment.
Donald Rampardi and Lucas Sithole beat Leandro Pena and Imanito Silva 6-2, 4-6, 10-8 in the match tiebreak in 2 hours and 4 minutes. And for Lucas Sithole to have endured a loss in a bronze medal match 8 years ago at the Paralympic Games, he has come back, and this time he will not be denied.
What a career moment for him and for his partner and for all of South Africa. So many of these Paralympians, you look at their bios and you read about what it means to come to these games. All of them talk about, I'm coming here to medal. And that dream has now been realized by these two.
Donald Rampardi and Lucas Sithole of South Africa, bronze medal winners. The first from not just their nation, but their entire continent to win a medal in wheelchair tennis at the Paralympics.
It gave us everything we hoped it would. From start to finish, when we talk about it, we're just here prognosticating, trying to figure it all out. How could it unfold? It could not have unfolded any better for our, if you want to just call it, entertainment and enjoyment. Because ultimately that's what sport is. It's brought into our lives to kind of enrich us and fill us full of emotion. We saw it all on display here in this stadium. What an environment.
Over 2 hours of absolutely enthralling tennis in the quad doubles competition. Donald Rampardi and Lucas Sithole beating Leandro Pena and Imanito Silva. And they did it in a way that frankly feels, to look at any single point of data there would be really rather crass, because this was about just good old-fashioned human endurance, wasn't it? Getting through that match, getting through that tension, surviving that occasion.
I think the one moment that really stands out to me is the second serve of Donald Rampardi. when he misses his first serve at 8-all, and he's serving, and he misses the first, and then he couldn't get comfortable. Tried to toss, couldn't get comfortable. Times going on, thoughts going through his head. You could see him try to get a hold of his breathing. Somehow rolls that serve in and gets that point underway, gets him to 9-8, and then ultimately the match point. Summed it all up right there.
And commiserations and congratulations to Leandro Pena and Imanito Silva on their part in an exceptional contest. But that is the emotion of victory. The first medal in wheelchair tennis at these games. It comes in the quad doubles bronze medal match, and it's the first for an entire continent.
Lucas Satoli spends a lot of time in the music industry, and so to hear this beat going right here on the court, I don't think there could be any better scenario for him.
Well, we remind ourselves of how it was that the race was run and the match was won. Some breathtaking execution from Donald Rampardi, and a great effort from the Brazilians throughout this entire contest. They were beguiled on occasions by balls that just about dropped in when they needed a stroke of fortune, and it didn't come their way. And as the match neared its conclusion and the drama increased, so the best work of the South Africans started to come to the foreground.
Right here, this get from Satoli was phenomenal. And that's what ultimately led to the win.
Rampardi-Sitol. 2-1, 6-2, 4-6, 10-8.
Gonna take some of that dirt home with him. I would never wash that shirt.
A history-making moment in the quad doubles bronze medal match as the first ever African medalists in wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games have achieved their place in the record books.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés de bronze! Faites du bruit! Vous êtes super, merci pour ce match extraordinaire! les supporters présents aujourd'hui dans le cadre des supporters. On va vous entendre soutenir vos athlètes. Faites du bruit!
Thank you to all of the supporters present today in the fan section. Make some noise, we want to hear you supporting our athletes.
Le comité d'organisation tient à remercier tous les volontaires pour le temps, le dévouement qu'ils consacrent à la réussite des Jeux Paralympiques de Paris 2024.
The Paris 2024 Organising Committee would like to thank all of the volunteers for their time and dedication towards making the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games a success.
Allez, faites du bruit pour les volontaires, s'il vous plaît! Est-ce que vous êtes prêts à bouger un petit peu, Suzanne Langlais? Est-ce que vous avez envie de vous remuer comme les athlètes?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for some dance can. The energy has been electric. Let's keep it going.
Allez, c'est parti pour la dance cam! Rock the Paris!
The women's singles semi-final stage in wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games of Paris 2024. A meeting between Annick van Kout and Kamiji Yui.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez accueillir, représentant les Pays-Bas.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing the Netherlands, please welcome Aniek van Koot.
An absolute veteran, one of the greats of the game. Aniek van Koot, 34, winner of 57 singles titles, 127 doubles titles.
And now, representing Japan, please show your appreciation for Yui Kamiji.
And frankly, exactly the same. A great, a veteran. Kamiji Yui of Japan, winner of 102 singles titles, 96 doubles titles. We've got world number 3 against world number 2, and they meet for the 68th time in singles competition. Kamiji is 46-21 ahead. They first met in 2012, but van Koot has been playing really well. She said in the lead up to these games she was really enjoying playing tennis. An almost reinvigorated love of the sport, and it's resulted in some strong performances here. They spent virtually the same amount of time on court so far in the singles competition. Just a few minutes difference. Kamiji Yui has had some difficult moments. One particular set, but around all of that, she's looked very strong and assured. Much the same, really, for her opponent. Both of these players have made it into the doubles final. They will be meeting again at these games. And she is attempting to get into her 3rd singles final at the Paralympic Games. Gold medalist in the doubles in Rio and Tokyo. Silver medalist in the singles in London and Rio. Also a double silver medalist in London. Six times on the podium. A guarantee of at least one more. Kamiji Yui, like her opponent at her 4th Paralympic Games, the silver medalist in the singles competition at her home games in Tokyo, bronze in the doubles, and that after taking singles bronze in Rio. And she was going to retire after the London Games, but only getting to the quarter-final stage in both competitions made her feel determined to continue, to try to accomplish even more. And how much it is she's accomplished. Over to Joana Vieira, who is the chair umpire for this semi-final. The Dutch player winning the toss of the coin, electing to receive. Van Cote, 34, from the east of the country, in Gelderland province. Winterswijk lives slightly out of that city in a village right on the German border that actually is famous for having a street where one side of it is in Germany. Very much grew up in the sport. Her parents worked in a tennis centre. She's spoken of loving how important mental strength is in the sport, and she's demonstrated that in this competition, particularly in the final set of her win over Li Xiaohui. Impressive player from China, 6-1, 7-5. More comfortable against Melanie Bob of Switzerland, 6-2, 6-3 in the first round, and then 6-love, 6-2 over Tanaka Manami of Japan in the second round. So she's showing that sought-after mental strength, is looking really strong. Kamiji Yui, first round win against Mariska Venter, 6-2, 6-1. Then beat Ksenia Chateau, 7-6, 6-love. That was a very tough win. The first set, she was 4-love up. Chateau fought back brilliantly. And then once she'd got through the first set, Kamiji eased her way into the quarterfinal stage, where she beat Ju Junjun 6-1, 6-2 in just under an hour. She is from Akashi in Hyogo Prefecture in the southwest of Honshu, the largest of the main islands in the Japanese archipelago. Population of about 300,000. It's on the coast. Apparently it was designed as a castle town in the 17th century by Miyamoto Musashi. Not always easy to be sure of the veracity of some of the parts of any nation's history that are slightly tied up in legend. But we do know that Akashi was mentioned in a 7th century poem. So it really has a great deal of history to it, her hometown. And she's playing against a player from the nation that has the great history in wheelchair tennis, the Paralympic Games. Every single women's singles gold medal has gone to the Dutch.
To the left of the Italian's chest is a player who is 34 years old. Today she's competing in her 4th Paralympic Games, having participated in London, Rio and Tokyo. She's also a 5-time Paralympic medalist, including 2 golds and 3 silver medals. She reached the world #1 ranking in singles in 2013.
So one wonders, what is the key to victory for both of these two players? For her, you imagine it is in the serve and the forehand, which have really acquitted themselves strongly so far in this competition. But if she gifts Kamiji a lot to work with as a returner, where she can be so fantastic, then it could be rather tricky. Just to break down that 46-21 to Kamiji in a slightly more nuanced way, let's look at clay particularly. It's the 11th meeting on this surface. Kamiji has won 9 of the 10 previous meetings and the last 8. It's the 7th meeting actually at Roland-Garros. Kamiji has won 5 of 6. The last win for Van Cote was the 2015 French Open semi-final.
1 minute.
So that does put into stark contrast the extent to which the 30-year-old is the favourite. It's the 4th time they've met at the Paralympics as well.
Seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, this match is going to be played at best 3 tie-break sets. And Van Koot won the toss and elected to receive. And the warm-up.
Mesdames et messieurs, par courtoisie envers les joueurs et les autres spectateurs, nous vous demandons de mettre tous vos téléphones mobiles et appareils audio en mode...
Those of you who've been watching the wonderful sport of wheelchair tennis for some time will be more than familiar with this fixture.
Turn all mobile phones and audio devices to silence. Thank you.
Warm-ups completed. We are ready to begin. This could be quite a long match if we see from Van Koot what we've seen so far in the competition. If Kamiji is able to take early control, it could be quite an emphatic win. In Tokyo, at the Paralympic Games in the semi-final, Kamiji won 6-2, 6-2. Van Koot won 7-6, 7-5 in London and 6-3, 4-6, 7-5 in Rio. So this is the 3rd consecutive Paralympics where they've met in the semi-final stage. The women's singles semi-final in wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games. Aniek Van Koot of the Netherlands and Kamiji Yui of Japan. World number 3, world number 2. Place in the gold medal match goes to the winner as they meet for the 68th time in singles competition.
S'il vous plaît, merci, silence. $15.
Wasn't that exceptional?
$15.
There we go. That is the strength of the forehand. And if Kamiji's serve presents Van Koot with opportunities, and her forehand is serving her well, then this could be tricky for the Japanese player. But her placement is very hard to combat when it's at its best.
First game.
So a hold, but with some questions asked early on.
To serve, Annick Van Koot. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, silence, s'il vous plaît. La 15.
As mentioned at the start of the match, the serve of Van Koot will be an interesting metric to look at. Got really caught by that return from Kamiji. Testing the movement.
Love 30. Love 40.
And early on, 3 break points for the number 2 seed. Beautiful shot, and she's in control here.
Kamiji leads 2 games to love.
Love break of serve from Kamiji Yui. Two double faults in the first game from Annick Van Koot.
Merci.
That really is very fine from Kamiji. Great baseline retrieval. Just meticulously worked to turn that point around. And then when the chance came to win it, no mistake. Two left-handed players. So that sort of shot really perfect for her. But the ability that Kamiji's got to really put movement pressure on her opponents is coming into the foreground early on in this match. First ace. And a consolidated break of serve for Kamiji Yui. She's 3-love up. It's taken fewer than 10 minutes to get there.
Ladies and gentlemen,
if you are just joining, it's the women's singles semi-final, and it's a very strong start from Kamiji Yui of Japan, who broke Van Court in the second game.
Merci.
That's a delight. Kept that so low. Lovely, smooth delivery of the ball. Shot of a very experienced player. But that's a hard return to combat. That sort of depth into that position. Got some pace on that serve.
Ladies and gentlemen, s'il vous plaît.
Joana Vieira calling the crowd to order. Just super control from Kamiji. She moved around the ball with purpose to take it on the forehand side. And that made the Dutch players stretch so much that then all the space was opened up on the other. Unfortunately, a third double fault now for Van Court. Break point.
Game Kamiji.
Well, that's a double break of serve.
Kamiji leads 4 games to 0.
World number 2, completely commanding this match. 73% of first serves in thus far for Kamiji.
Ladies and gentlemen,
She's only lost 1 point on first serve.
When the players are ready to play, please. Thank you, merci.
Just curled away enough to make that difficult. Three times the 34-year-old has been a Grand Slam singles champion. Her opponent, 4 years younger, 8 times a singles champion. Just went long. The idea was very understandable.
Silence, s'il vous plaît.
Brilliant start this from Kamiji. Another love game.
Kamiji leads 5 games to 0.
Minutes worth of play, and Aniek van Coort has to serve and hold serve to continue her interest in set number 1.
Time. Silence, s'il vous plaît.
Serving to keep this set going. Aniek van Coort,
Wait, please.
world number 3, having a tough time against a Kamiji Yui who has
Asseyez-vous rapidement.
started brilliantly. Just the 6th point won so far by the Dutch player. There's so much accuracy to the way that Kamiji is hitting the ball at the moment. She's giving the Dutch player so little to actually get her racket on.
30. Merci.
Just worked so determinedly for the opportunity as Van Cote has to wryly chuckle about it, because Kamiji was impossible to get beyond. Set point. Oh, that's an incredible set from Kamiji.
6 times Sula.
Conceding only 7 points in the entire set. She takes it in 20 minutes without concession of a single game. 6-love. What a start. Only 2 unforced errors from Kamiji to the 8 from Van Cote. 75% of receiving points won from the Japanese athletes. Just a masterstroke all round that. I look back at the brilliance of Kamiji Yui, frankly, in this first set. So many occasions like that where she just had an enormous amount of court to aim at.
He leads 2 games to love.
There were shots here and there from the Dutch player. Aniek van Cote finding her opportunities so limited. For the most part, it was like that. A point to conclude the set that entirely represented the set. The atmosphere throughout the Olympics and throughout the Paralympics has been superb. The whole goal of Tony Estanguet and his colleagues in the organising committee was to make the 2 events feel like 2 equal halves of a brilliant sporting summer, and it has felt like that. Packed venues, excited fans, great quality sport. It's been a joy. Just waiting for the return of Aniek van Cult. And then the contest will resume. She is experienced enough to know her way back into a match. It's just a question of whether Camigi affords her any opportunity to do it. But there are very few athletes in any sport in the world who have accumulated the sort of experience of winning as she has. As many victories, as many titles. Especially, she is renowned as a doubles player. 127 doubles titles, 24 Grand Slam titles. Not that she's that far behind, 96 in doubles, 21 at Grand Slam level. But perhaps most tellingly, Aniek van Cult made her first Grand Slam singles final for 2.5 years this year. The Wimbledon final before losing to her own doubles partner, Diede de Groot. And only lost 6-4, 6-4.
Second set to serve.
First time
Camigi
since a loss to the same player, 6-1, 6-1 in the 2022 Australian Open final. And they won the doubles title together here at Roland-Garros just a matter of months ago. Should point out that at Wimbledon these two players met and it was a victory for van Cult. 5-7, 6-4, 7-5. So she has recently come from a set down to beat Camigi.
Net for some.
This is better, more emphatic in how she's taking the ball on.
15-30.
Dangerous returner, Aniek van Cult.
Merci.
Isn't this interesting? Two break points already. Well, I never. What a transformation.
New balls, please. First game, second set.
First game of the second set and the first game of the entire match that Van Cote has won.
Silence. New balls.
It's interesting to reflect on the fact that Van Cote has already in this second set won over half as many points as she did in the entirety of the first.
Love 30.
The question is whether she can actually channel that into holding serve. Played really into too comfortable a hitting zone for Kamiji to be at all concerned about.
La fortune. Game coming.
Well, it may have been just a brief interruption to the established order of things. Another break of serve that ends in a double fault. And Kamiji levels this second set. Win this match and you are guaranteed a place on the Paralympic podium.
S'il vous plaît. La 15.
But there's no doubt that this is a far more intense display in the second set, far more dictatorial on the return of serve from Aniek van Cote. That's exacerbated by the first double fault of the set from Kamiji. Second overall, the 5 from her opponent. Lots of very short points. And 3 more break points.
15-14.
Three break points saved. Maybe a small sense that that last one was a decent opportunity.
Advantage.
She looks a little frustrated with herself. Couldn't believe that she put that long.
Next, second serve. Deuce. Next, first serve.
Once more, break point opportunity for Aniek van Cout.
Van Cout. Merci. Deuce.
Really wasn't easy to take on, to actually get any form of purchase on the ball. Fascinating to realise that Kamiji has actually served as many times, in fact more now, in this second set than in the whole of the first. And her first serve is down by 17 percentage points. Sometimes psychologically, a player can become a little relaxed after they win a set so comfortably. Sometimes psychologically their opponent can really rise to the challenge after they've lost a set so heavily. We don't know exactly what's in the minds of these players, only they know that, but clearly there's been a strong dynamic change. Good skills on show there.
Silence, s'il vous plaît.
What a rally. The finest that we've had in the contest, and an extraordinary winner from Kamiji Yui.
Love 50.
Great movement from the pair of them.
Merci.
And Cote just leaving slightly too much, perhaps, on that shorter ball. But we see evidence there of just how good the movement is of the veteran Japanese player.
$15.
But she is so emboldened after that first set.
30-15. Merci.
Sixth double fault of the contest, and it gives Kamiji Yui a chance to break back, and that would make it 4 consecutive breaks of serve at the start of this set. 5 consecutive, and going back to the end of the first. And that's a comfortable break, isn't it? So we're still really unclear in set number 2. After winning the first 6-love, Kamiji Yui is at 2-all in the second.
Merci. Silence, s'il vous plaît. La 15.
It really has become the ultimate receivers match. We haven't had a hold of serve since the one that came at 4-love in the first set.
Please do not speak or scream between first and second serve. Please, thank you. 15 all.
What a lovely serve. Good effort from Van Kelt just to get it back, but she was so compromised movement-wise from having to stretch. Before that, visibly fuming with her own decision-making. Great pickup. But well finished by Van Kelt.
30 all.
It was a good stretch, though. The breaks of serve seem as though they're going to carry on. Indeed they do. So another break of serve.
Van Kelt leads 3 games to 2.
6 in a row. Yet to hold, though, Aniek van Kelt. Can she do that? And create some daylight on the scoreboard.
Players are ready, s'il vous plaît.
The one thing that's missing in this really strong second set from Aniek van Kelt is holding serve. She's dominated on her opponent's serve.
Love 15. Love 30.
That was fantastic placement from Kamiji. And Kelt trying to meet angle with angle.
Love 40.
Triple break point once more. Just 45% of first serves in across the match. Fewer in the second set from the Dutch player. And as a result, those second serves are really easy for Camigi to deal with. 3-all. So far, Van Cote has won only 2 out of 17 points on the second serve. So it's 12% success, and it's the same for Camigi. Camigi 2 out of 11 won on the second serve. You get the feeling that whoever can hold serve in this set has probably got it won. It may well only take one of them. Just one game.
Next, first serve.
Yes, brilliant shot. One of the best she's played.
15-14.
It is such a good forehand at its finest. And there's the evidence of it. Never in doubt, was it? Never in doubt. Another break, another game for Aniek van Coot, who is a lot stronger in this second set, having lost the first 6-love. She now is 2 games away from forcing a decider. The women's singles semi-final on Suzanne Longlong court. The final, something that both of these players have experienced. Van Cote has actually taken 2 gold medals, both in doubles competition. Lovely, great placement on the backhand.
15-all.
Such stunning defensive play again from Kamiji, but it was accompanied by great shot selection. And that one into the corner, looping away
15,
through the error.
30.
But such calculated and graceful movement around the court from the Japanese athlete. Nonetheless, there's a glimpse of a chance for a hold of serve.
30-all.
This could be the moment.
40-30.
Game point. We haven't had a hold of serve for Van Cote in the entire match.
Merci.
It did have an air of inevitability about it after the lengthy delay. Such a hard position to be in. And the ball toss isn't quite right. Break point to Kamiji. Still, it's the best position she's been in on serve. One-hour mark of the contest. Only 20 minutes of that was the opening set. Good return, decent depth. But she is having to work much harder for the break of serve. The problem is that only 9 of 25 first serves have gone in for Van Cote in this second set. That added to a 4th double fault of the set, an 8th overall. Gives Kamiji a break point. Second.
Merci.
And we do get the break anyway, despite the efforts of Annick Van Cote. So it is 4 apiece in this second set of the women's singles semi-final. After Kamiji Yui raced to the first, this has proven much harder. And somebody managed to get a hold of serve in these last few games. Oh, a missed opportunity, perhaps.
30-15.
The space had opened up enticingly. Fantastic movement from Van Cote. Big point as well. Just pushed that with enough length. Forced too awkward a shot from Kamiji. Still, Camidio's only won 2 points on second serve in the match.
34.
Oh, it did come back in. It looked like it was going to drift long, but it didn't. And it's another break.
5 games to 4.
Yet again, we ask ourselves the question, can somebody get the hold of serve here? Can Van Coates force a decider? Serving for the second set, Nick Van Coat. But we haven't had any holds of serve in this set so far. An extraordinary 10 consecutive breaks of serve, 5 per player. And really the best opportunity for that to change was the previous Van Coat service game. That's where she did have some game points. No mistake there. The sort of shot she plays ever so well. And with plenty of court to work with, didn't have to go too aggressively for the line. Huge point is coming up now. 5-4, 30 all.
Silence.
Could you have imagined this at the end of the first set? Now then, it's a set point.
40-30.
Really good pressure put on Kamiji on the baseline. Pressure put on her in the match, full stop. How a first serve is needed here. To a deciding set we go. Almost implausibly, considering that Kamiji took the first 6-love. But in almost an hour-long second set, the great veteran Aniek van Cote has extended this match to a decider. Lovely, isn't it, to see fans from other sports, other delegations here, the Dutch goalball team, coming to enjoy the atmosphere. And we've got an intriguing deciding set to follow. 51 minutes. Still a high unforced error count from the pair of them. Just one hold of serve in a match that saw, or a set that saw 2/3 of the receiving points won. That hold of serve coming right at the end. A very unexpected second set after what Kamiji produced in the first. Van Cote putting a lot more pressure on the Japanese player. Most of the points were actually quite short, but there were some big rallies here and there. This was the biggest of all of them. It seemed that the point had been won. Kamiji chased it down and produced the perfect cross-court lob. But as things went on, so Van Cote got stronger and stronger. Looked as though she'd got the point won there. Did it anyway. Splendid sense of atmosphere at Roland-Garros on court Suzanne Lenglen in the wheelchair tennis women's singles semi-final between Annick van Cote and Kamiji Yui, world number 3, world number 2. And it has unexpectedly gone into a deciding set, considering that the Japanese player won the first 6-love. But what's been so striking since then is how Kamiji has lost that first serve percentage. It's gone from 80% down to 62, and the points won on the first serve has gone from 92 down to 48. That's one of the starkest changes that you'll ever really see in a tennis match from one set to another. Her placement perhaps has not been quite as tidy, but certainly Van Cout's returning has been brilliant. More demonstratively trying to be the aggressor. What is interesting is that even though Van Cote has produced far more unforced errors in the second set, she still found a way through it, despite there being just one hold of serve. It's not often that a player gets to a third set having held serve once in the match. Set number 3, the women's singles semi-final in Suzanne Lenglen court of Roland-Garros and the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games.
Final set.
Kamiji Yui, world number 2, and the runner-up in this competition in Tokyo at her home games to serve, having won the first 6-love, but having lost the second 6-4 to the two-time runner-up in the singles competition.
Mesdames et messieurs, silence, s'il vous plaît.
Drops it in perfectly. She's really made life unpleasant for Kamiji on the return of serve. So rarely has Kamichi been able to actually control a point when serving. It was happening a lot in the first set, but since then, seldom. She has a game point here at the start of the third set. Beautiful serve, that. Well, that is the first hold of serve for Kamichi Yuis, and she went 5-love up in the first set. Does that allow her to turn the page on the previous set? It certainly will create a pressurizing situation if she can break here.
S'il vous plaît, nous allons monsieur silence, s'il vous plaît.
That's the right way to go about it. Beautiful. Amazingly, that cleared the net. Such a low strike.
30-15.
Is this going to be one of those strange topsy-turvy matches where now we get a set where everyone keeps holding? Perhaps not. Literally threw everything she had at it. Perfect placement. Incredible movement from Van Koot to try to get there. That was a touch of such intelligence.
Advantage. Vancouver.
Played her way out of difficulty fantastically there, Kamiji. Was far back, was having to play from the wings. Kept the ball controlled.
Advantage. Hamilton.
Daylight created on the scoreboard by Kamiji Yui. A hold and then a break at the beginning of set number 3. Is this going to more strongly resemble set number 1? She's been way better with getting the first serves in set 3 so far. She's won considerably more points on the first serve in terms of percentages. 48 in set 2, 67 in set 3. But if the placement isn't spot on, if she doesn't make Van Cote work, then it's going to be another break. So strong is the Dutch player's receiving game. We find ourselves in a familiar position. And this time it's Van Cote who demonstrates brilliant defensive play to force the error. And it means that although she does trail by a break of serve, or rather although she does trail in this third set, we're back with serve. Such a beautiful setting and a very pleasant day as well. Got a great deal of cloud coverage. A lot of court coverage though in the wheelchair tennis at Roland-Garros and at Paris 2024. On we go in set number 3. A place in the gold medal match awaits. Wasn't that delightful? Beautiful execution.
15-all. Silence, s'il vous plaît.
Nicely played. Really had to change direction to steer that properly. Shifted the body. That was great control. This is looking a lot better on serve.
40-30.
Game point to the world number 3. Third time in a row that they've met each other in the Paralympic Games women's singles semi-final. Kamiji victorious in Tokyo. Van Cote victorious in Rio. Unclear here in Paris.
Silence, s'il vous plaît. La 50.
Good coverage. And made the right decision when she got there, crucially.
30-50.
Really put Van Cote under pressure. No, that's brilliant. Lovely shot. How well she read it too. Oh, a stunner. Brilliant.
40.
Now maybe here Kamiji will feel that she just didn't quite get the angle she needed going cross court. But nonetheless, that was high quality. No mistake that time. The angle was exceptional there. And it had to be. That had been just a little lacking in trajectory, Van Cote would have been there. One of those sorts of shots where she gave Van Cote something to work with. The next 2 points have been emphatic from Kamiji. But that's another beautiful piece of play down the line from an experienced athlete who knows how to win big matches. And who perhaps senses that she's got the potential here to make the breakthrough, and she's right.
Advantage, Vancouver.
Let's go.
Second break point in this game. Hit. A stunning shot and a big moment in this match, because suddenly, having chased the game, she's in the lead. What a time to move 3-2 and a break up.
Mesdames et messieurs, silence, s'il vous plaît. Love 50.
If she consolidates here, that's 4 games in a row.
Love 50. S'il vous plaît. Love it.
And yet it has all become so much more complicated again. Three break-back points immediately for Kamiji. break accomplished. Parity in this third set for the first time. 3-all. Still, we are unclear as to a favourite in this women's singles semi-final. Could well be now that one hold of serve is decisive in securing one of these players a place in the final. Might only take just one decent game, one where the first serve percentage goes up a little. Maybe one where you get just a touch of fortune. Easier said than done. And we have to remember this is an enormously high-stakes occasion for these two very experienced athletes.
Sergio.
It is the 17th break of serve that we've had in this contest. And it puts Aniek van Cote 4-3 ahead. But this contest has taught us that you can't count chickens before they've hatched. The hold of serve is very hard to accomplish. If she can do it, she'll be a game away from victory.
Time. Players are ready. Merci.
Absolutely brilliant. Just the right shot. It's how low she manages to keep that that's so destructive.
30 love.
Well, this has got to be considered more than a half chance for Aniek van Cote. That was cleverly done. Realised that Van Cote's movement was going to make it really hard for her to retrieve that. She went to that side of the court. Again, she gets the placement right. Mostly it has been with that sort of shot. Another break, 4-all.
4 games on.
And this really extraordinary match continues to confuse us and continues to keep us guessing. So we have now had only 2 holds of serve in this second set. We only had third set. We only had 1 hold of serve in the second. Massive roar of come on from Aniek van Cote. A shake of the head from Kamiji Yui. What a fine point that was from Kamiji. It was right at the start of it. She read a wider delivery from Van Cote so well. She'd set off to chase it down. It's in. That looked as though it was heading long. Game point at 4-all to intensify hugely the pressure on her. Brilliantly played by Van Cote. Is there a suggestion during that rally that Camigi had a chance and didn't take it? Maybe allowed the Dutch player to get back into the exchange. No. He's got so many of those spot on.
Advantage. Camigi.
The game is hers. And now an enormous challenge awaits Aniek van Cote, as they are hopeful that it might be another Japanese player in another final in this great sport. We're coming up to the 2-hour mark of this semi-final in the women's singles competition, the Paris 2024 Paralympics. And having affected a quite extraordinary comeback in this match, losing the first set 6-love, Aniek van Cote, the number 3 seed, now finds herself with a hugely pressure situation, ball in hand. She must hold, and she has only managed to do that on 2 occasions in this match.
Merci, s'il vous plaît, silence, merci.
Goodness, she was made to work hard for that point, Camigi, but kept her cool.
Love 50.
Was close and agonisingly wide. And now The Japanese player requires only 2 further points.
Merci. Love force.
The pressure intensifies. The moment of victory for her gets closer. 3 match points on the Van Cote serve.
S'il vous plaît.
She wins it, and she goes into her 2nd consecutive singles final at the Paralympic Games. Kamiji Yui will have the opportunity to win 2 gold medals here in Paris. A singles and doubles finalist. 6-love, 4-6, 6-4 in over 2 hours of play. She's guaranteed yet another Paralympic Games medal, and she has had to work with absolute ferocity for that opportunity. No question, by some way her hardest match at these games. What an accomplishment to make both the singles and doubles final. First from her nation to do it. Kamiji Yui, the number 2 seed, is the winner, and she goes into her 2nd consecutive Paralympic Games women's singles final. Commiserations to Aniek van Cote. Leading the applause there was Kamiji Yui, who's always gracious in victory. Two hours and 4 minutes. An absolutely back and forth, unpredictable match. Lots of break points, but how efficient Kamiji was when she got them. 11 out of 13 taken. Despite the 45 winners of the Dutch player, it is the Japanese athlete who is into the final.
Alors, comme vous voyez, Yui Kamiji est en train de signer maintenant des balles de tennis officielles Paris 2024, puis elle va les lancer dans le public. Donc, si vous voulez un souvenir de ce match énorme, faites du bruit pour qu'elle vous voie.
Our winner is now signing some official Paris 2024 tennis balls and will hit them into the crowd. So, make some noise if you'd like to catch a memory from this match.
Some prized souvenirs there to be grasped by the fans at Roland-Garros on Suzanne Longlong court. And we are close to finding out who will meet Kamiji Yui in the gold medal match. Van Cote will go for bronze. A chance for her to get yet another Paralympic Games medal, and she may win yet another doubles title. And this is how it happened. This is how an extraordinary match with twists and turns aplenty came to its conclusion. A contest defined by breaks of serve more than holds of serve. And some really extraordinary rallies as Kamiji's great movement was tested and showcased. The contest ended as so many of the points did, with a winner directly from serve. In what was a returners match, she returns to the Paralympic final. Victory for Kamiji Yui.
Et si on allait du côté des Champs-Élysées? Allez, allez, vous chantez. Cœur. C'est à vous. Allez chanter. But you speak such a good French now.
All right, Paul Walker joining us once again here on Susan Longland Stadium for women's singles semifinal action. It's a beautiful day. The clouds are over the stadium, and we are ready. We're once again inside Susan Langland Stadium here at the beautiful venue, Roland-Garros 2024 Paris Paralympic Games wheelchair tennis competition. Cloudy but pleasant day here in Paris as we prepare for this women's singles semi-final match. Starting to heat up here. Despite a little bit cooler temperatures, it's heating up on the court. The matches are getting a little bit more serious, funneling down to the points where everything matters. Medals will be determined. And of course, a semi-final match determines who goes on to compete for gold. Crowds inside the two stadium courts here in Susan Langland over at Philippe Chatrier continue to be amazing. We're looking at the #1 seed from the Netherlands, Dida de Groot, versus the #5 seed, Wang Ziying from the People's Republic of China. Player introductions should be coming to us momentarily.
Mesdames et messieurs, elle représente la République populaire de Chine.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing the People's Republic of China, please welcome Wang Ziying.
Our first look at the 26-year-old from the People's Republic of China, Wang Ziying. Makes her way onto the stadium court.
Son adversaire, représentant les Pays-Bas.
And now, representing the Netherlands, please welcome world #1, Dida de Groot.
There she is, the golden girl from the Netherlands, 27-year-old Dida de Groot, the #1 seed, the #1 player in the world, and on a path to greatness in this sport. She's already established that, but she is starting to put up numbers that rival, dare I say, even the great Esther Vergeer of the Netherlands, the unparalleled greatest of all time. Dida is continuing to chase the accomplishments of her countrywoman Vergeer with great success, tacking on another Paralympic gold would be another step closer. She has her work cut out for her today in this semifinal match, as both of these players have more or less cruised into this semifinal. De Groot, in her 3 matches, lost a total of 10 games so far, been on the court for a total of 3 hours and 9 minutes in 3 matches. Likewise, the 26-year-old Wang, 3 match wins, total of 11 games lost, on court, total of 3 hours, 3 minutes. So both of these players have been very efficient and very dominant to this point. Our chair umpire for today, Manuel Franco from España.
Any questions? No? It's based on 24 or wheelchair tennis? 24? Based on 24. You choose. Receive?
Wang wins the toss. Elects to receive. We'll see Dida de Groot serve first after the warm-up. Six-year-old Wang began playing wheelchair tennis at the age of 11, so been involved in the sport for 15 years now. Kind of detailed some of those statistics for her and how she got to the semifinal. There's a very clear look at it. Dominant performance opening round. Straight sets all the way through. Last match against Angelica Bernal of Colombia, the 5 seed, so even handling one of the better players in the world quite handily. Wang is the first Chinese player to reach a Paralympic singles semifinal in wheelchair tennis in any category. So she makes history today just by the appearance in this match. And there's the specifics of the de Groot route to this semifinal match. Smooth sailing in the first 2 matches. A little bit of a struggle in that first set of her quarterfinal match, but nonetheless, through in straight sets. What to say about Dida de Groot, the world number 1? Well, start in a lot of different locations. Ooh, she is first place in the all-time list for most Grand Slam wheelchair women's singles titles. She moved ahead of Esther Vergeer. She's now won 21 Grand Slam singles titles. Would say that Dida came up in an era when Grand Slams were the norm. Esther did not. Those tournaments only introduced after Esther was more or less a little bit on the downside of her career. Had she had access to those, no doubt her numbers would be more staggering than they already are. Dida's also second place on the all-time list for most Grand Slam wheelchair singles titles won, behind the great Shingo Kunieda of Japan. Great male player who has won 28 Grand Slam titles. The list goes on and on for de Groot and her accomplishments at this year's Grand Slams, which started, of course, down in Australia. Victorious. The same in Roland-Garros. She defeated Kamiji of Japan in Australia. She defeated Zhu of China at the French, and at Wimbledon she defeated countrywoman Van Koot. So she has the sweep of the Grand Slams again this year. With a Paralympic gold, she would be duplicating her accomplishment in 2020 of winning all Grand Slams and a gold medal in the same calendar year. No doubt, no exaggeration to use the word dominance in the world of wheelchair tennis when speaking about Dida de Groot.
And her best results at Grand Slam level is reaching the semi-finals in both singles and doubles at Wimbledon. She holds a ranking of world number 5, and she's seeded 4th here in Paris. Representing the People's Republic of China, please welcome Wang Ziying.
2 minutes.
À gauche de l'arbitre de chaise, Dida participe à ses 3e Jeux paralympiques après Rio et Tokyo, où elle a remporté les 2 titres en simple et en double. Elle a aussi gagné 42 titres en Grand Chelem, 23 en simple et 19 en double. Numéro 1 mondial incontesté depuis mars 2018, elle est déjà qualifiée pour la finale en double, ici même.
Amanda Hopmans, coach of Dida de Groot, a long-time coach now. A spectacular job of getting this young lady, now woman, to number 1 in the world, keeping her there.
She's also a 42-time Grand Slam champion, including 23 in singles and 19 in doubles. In March 2018, she became the women's wheelchair world number 1. Representing the Netherlands, please welcome the top seed, Dida de Groot.
1 minute.
It was mentioned in that intro on court that Dida de Groot entered the world number 1 ranking for the first time in March of 2018. Had a slight little pause there, returned to that in June of 2018, and has not left the number 1 spot since.
.30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen,
This is the 7th meeting between these two combatants, and it's a 4-2 advantage for de Groot, which is strong, but rather remarkable that Wang has been able to get 2 victories off the dominant de Groot. One back in 2015, maybe you can kind of throw that one out the window. That's almost a decade ago, but got her again. And so 2 wins is something that she can hang and say, hey, it's 2 times more than many people in the world have done against Dida de Groot. Psychologically important to be able to say, I've beaten this world #1. Not many women on the tour can say the same.
Courtesy to the players and your fellow spectators, we ask that you turn all mobile phones and audio devices to silence. Thank you.
The last 4 meetings, though, have gone to de Groot. And so she's potentially figured things out.
First set, Dida de Groot to serve. Ready?
De Groot in orange at the top of your screen.
Play.
Wang in the blue at the bottom. Just like that, a first serve and a dominant backhand. High, deep, and a quick 15 love for Dida de Groot. Business-like first serve into the corner, no return, 30 love. Nice job by Wang there to stretch de Groot out on the backhand side. Got a good look at that backhand return there. 4 first serves to start the match for Dida de Groot. 40-15, looking for an easy hold out the gate here. Doesn't get the friendly bounce off the tight net cord. 40-30, first double fault. The backhand error from Wang gives de Groot the first game.
First game.
Both players are settled in. Nice hold for the world #1.
Wanting into serve.
Great depth there on the first serve from Wang today. Gets the return of serve error. Both players just kind of looking to settle in, get a feel for conditions. Courts have been playing beautifully throughout the entire competition, as you would expect here at Roland-Garros. Creme de la creme of red court tennis in the world. Wang can't track that forehand down. It's a clean winner for de Groot.
15-0.
Wang sends the forehand long. Teammates of Dida de Groot. Is it de Grief into Bos, Team Netherlands, in support of their countrywoman and teammate. just tactical tennis. Drive a ball cross court on the high percentage, get something short right here. Look at the height, the depth, location. Short ball, push in, control the game from the baseline. Nobody does it better than Dida Groot. Errant backhand gives De Groot the game in a quick break and a quick 2-love lead. Showing off some amazing defensive skills. Wang on the attack. And finishes nicely. The forehand down the line, but had to earn it. Some really good work there by De Groot. No free points. Wang reads that beautifully. Instead of taking the angle, De Groot goes line. Wang is sitting on it. Takes the easy cross-court forehand for the winner. Just too good and too deep in particular. Off the forehand side there. Leave anything short for either one of these players, and they will make you pay. You can keep the ball that deep in the court. Force your opponent to defend. Good things happen. De Groot sails the forehand. Nice attack through the middle there from Wang. Aggressive play on the return right at the body. Couple break points here now to get on the board. Flies the backhand. First break point erased. Match moving along at a pretty good clip here. And going to a different racket. Classic serve pattern there, out wide. Get the easy return, open court, no pressure whatsoever. Doesn't have to be that good, just solid, and it's an easy winner. We go to deuce. Groot really serving well so far. The early going, her second service game of the match. First serve percentage is high, locations have been very strong. Able to stretch Wang out on a number of occasions.
Deuce.
Second double fault gets us to deuce again. That's just too impressive right there. Looks like that's the spot for Wang right there. That ball low on this backhand side. Just drives over the top through the court. Another break chance. Same thing there, off the forehand side, showing weaponry on both sides. It's a break of serve, and 2-1 for Diede de Groot.
Time.
After a very impressive start by world #1, Diede de Groot, it's Wang Ziying who settled things down here and now serving at 1-2 on serve. And Wang starting to be the one to dictate play here.
15 love.
Perfect timing on pushing in. Again, looks to create a strike zone where the ball's a little lower. Likes it down there. Finding corners now.
30 love.
Bit of a hot streak. Definitely has the tools that it takes to compete with de Groot. Have to be able to apply pressure to a champion of her caliber. Need weaponry, need to have her be able to respect or have to respect something that you do. Wang does that.
30-15.
Groot will gladly accept double fault #1. Rallied mostly through the middle there. Ultimately, Wang out of position. Can't respond to the de Groot forehand. 30 all. Good serve there. Kind of ties up de Groot on the backhand side. It's the return to serve error and a quick 40-30 now with a chance for 2 all for Wang. Quickly erased with that forehand winner. Taking advantage of the second serve, driving that. High percentage ball there. Great shape to a great location. Makes it look pretty easy. And it's Wang making it look equally easy off the backhand side. Not doing enough of that return to serve. Yeah, really could have targeted something else there than putting it right there on the Wang backhand. Wang coming out of nowhere with that slice down the line. Did not expect that, nor do I think did de Groot. Really handled that ball beautifully. Caught de Groot. we're leveled at 2. Miss hit return there. De Groot, point number 1 of game number 5 here in the first set. Women's semifinal action on Susan Longland Stadium. Again, out of the reach of De Groot. The return of serve just too good. I think ultimately it's going to come down to a battle of the return games. Who can put the server under duress? And then ultimately can the server protect themselves, hit enough good targets, mix it up enough, spins, pace, locations. I don't think anything standard is going to be good enough today. Another aggressive return, forcing an error on the De Groot serve.
18-13.
Now Wang 30-15. It's all about first strikes. First 4 balls, everything's getting determined. Serves, returns, +1s on both sides.
30.
Those are the type of serves right there that either De Groot or Wang going to have to hit. They're going to have to hit some lines. Going to have to go aggressive to aggressive targets. If not, they get punished. Wang not able to handle that forehand return. Dumps it in the bottom of the net. And after a 30-15 lead, now down 40-30. De Groot looking for the hold. Stay on top. And it is a hold for Dita De Groot. She powers that forehand.
De Groot leads 3-2.
We're on serve here in the first set. Women's semifinal action.
Time.
Guy's saving up his energy for when this match really starts to get tight. Here we are, game number 6, set number 1. On serve. Good back and forth action. Both players showing off some impressive shot-making skills so far. On cue, it's the forehand of De Groot for the winner. Her 6th forehand winner so far, matching Wang also with 6 forehand winners.
Love 30.
The unforced errors from Wang that are a little bit higher, which is probably the only thing that's produced the separation so far.
Let's the service.
Wang a little more balance with 6 forehand winners, 4 backhand winners. De Groot all winners from the forehand side so far. There's a forced error there on that one from Wang. Not a winner, but just as effective. Essentially non-returnable for De Groot. Unforced error there by Wang.
15-14.
He continues to press the action, really looking to be the dictator. Now 2 break points for some separation. Drew got off to a 2-love lead. She would like to reestablish that 2-game lead with the break here. Earlier point in the match where De Groot went into the same area on the court, went down the line. Wang read it. This time tries to change the last minute. Go angle, and she sure did. Into the sideline. Still another break point. Erased, now back to deuce. That's one of those great location serves there, executed by Wang. Beautiful out wide serve on the ad side. Gonna have to continue to hit spots like that and go for shots like that. You don't beat the world #1 by just putting the ball in the middle of the court. Like that. Throw a weak second serve in, and then you have to play a guessing game. Too many options there for De Groot. 3rd break point of this game. Ooh. Great serve, diffused by the return from De Groot. The aggressive play up the line doesn't work. And it's now again Peter De Groot with a 2-game lead here in the first set, up 4-2, serving, looking to extend. What a get. And wow, what a shot.
15-love.
Mentioned earlier, no free points. This girl knows how to defend. Wang on the offensive there, gets her stretched out. Look at that, just a flip of the racket. Finds court and a winner. Follows it up with an ace down the tee. World #1 continues to serve like that. Going to be a long day for anybody on the other side of the court.
Second
Gets
serve.
the bounce and gets another second serve here.
Oh. 30-15.
Double fault gets Wang on the board here. De Groot still in charge. Looking comfortable on this ad side serving. A little less so on the deuce side. Ask, that one was close. Confirmed, just wide. Looked closer than that. Good aggressive attack there by Wang through the middle. Root not able to generate enough pace, drive that ball up the line. We're at 30s. Wang didn't do enough there. Once again, de Groot's defensive skills, especially on the backhand side. That little flip right there as she gets completely extended. Difference maker. That point is won probably against 95% of all players on the tour, but not against that player. Open court winner off the forehand side. Continues to be a strong wing for de Groot. 9 winners now, inching closer to double digits in that department.
5 games to 2.
It's been the defense on the backhand side and the offense on the forehand side. 5-2, world number 1 seed, Dida de Groot. Look at the young 18-year-old French phenom, Chateau. Make her Paralympic Games debut here to the thrill of the French crowd. Opening round victory, losing in the second round. Yui Kamiji of Japan, the number 2 seed. Bright future for that young French lady right there. After getting things leveled at 2-all, it's now 3 straight games for de Groot and full control of set number 1. Two quick errors on the return game. 2 quick points for Wang. And it's the backhand winner there. Second one of the match.
13-15.
Typically the stronger wing for de Groot, but today it's been the forehand. Another forehand winner, this time off the return of serve. Really not so wide or so far away from Wang, but the depth, and Wang kind of hedging the bet. Where's she going? Inside out to the backhand, coming cross, down the line, doesn't know. Gets the winner either way. Comes back behind her on the wide serve. Wang tried to go wide, didn't get it wide enough. Groot rips it up the line for a winner, and now sets herself up with a set point. Doesn't quite get the extension she needs on that forehand. Sends it long and wide. We're at deuce. Wang catches the top of the tape on the forehand. She crosses over the double-digit unforced error mark here in the first set. And it's the double fault that produces set number 1 for world number 1, Dita de Groot. She cruises to a first set comfortably, 6-2 in 29 minutes. World number 1 standing tall, just like the tower itself here in Paris. $14 total winners there. Equal amount or close for Wang, but too many unforced errors. Double digits in that department, that's the difference. Highlights of set number 1. Point there, but we get a really good look at the defensive skills of Dita de Groot. It's not just about offense. So at least 3 times in that first set, de Groot completely extended out on the backhand side.
Game on first set.
Survives. Double fault is the set point. Brings us to
6-2.
Current moment right now, the beginning of the second set.
Time. Second set. De Groot to serve.
Exact same start as we had. Opening of the first, it's Dita de Groot serving at the top, but this time opening of the second set. Right on the rotation that we created in the beginning. Just long there from Wang. Ace number 2 for Dita de Groot, and she's up quickly. 30-love opening game of the second set.
Net first service.
Trying to get to that open court. Return just a little too strong. Gets behind her a little bit, flies it wide. That's going to be wide there on the forehand from Wang. And it's a 40-15 lead for de Groot. And just like the opening of set 1, open in set 2 with a hold for de Groot. Focused and on task here today. Completely dialed in all aspects of the game. Taking no chances here in this semifinal, looking to book passage to another final here at the Paralympic Games, having won gold in Tokyo, her first. Just too much pressure being applied right now to Wang. The Groot is just relentless, tracking balls down, keeping things high and deep when necessary. And delivering shots like that, forcing errors. Really get the impression as to why she's, of course, world #1, but a dominant world #1.
Merci.
There's very few, if any, areas of her game that can be exposed. Now the points are coming quicker, greater frequency, and they seem to continue to roll in the favor of a woman from the Netherlands. Any aspiring wheelchair players out there watching, that's what a ready position looks like in preparation for a return of serve.
Game de Groot.
Double fault gives de Groot the game in a 2-love lead. This is where Wang made a little move in the first set, got 2 games back, but then after that, another 4 straight from de Groot to seal the set. Now we're 2 straight. That means 6 straight games for Dieter de Groot. She'd have pulled that one out. Wang might have just come to the net and shaken hands. Great serve there. No return from Wang. We're at 15 all. Placement, the premium there on the backhand. Wang expecting a little bit something through the middle, which has been the norm on these deeper exchanges. The clearance, classic clay court action right there. Big clearance, depth, ball explodes off the court, 30-15. Error from Wang. He's just rolling right now. Literally, figuratively, every aspect. Another game for the world #1, 3-love, second set, 7 straight games.
De Groot leads 3 games to love. Time.
Get the sense that it's now or never for Wang. If she does not start to string some points together and get in this match, it's going to be over quickly. Really settled things down early in the first, but since then, it has been an absolute clinic from the top side of the court, world number 1.
15-0.
Her 9th unforced error so far in comparison to Wang's 17. Another unforced error, and you can tell there must be a lot of frustration on that side of the court there. Nothing working. Kind of had found a groove, but that was 7 games ago. Once again, the assault continues.
15-14.
Perfect balance, and then great extension and acceleration, all the components necessary. World-class backhand. And another unforced error from Wang, and it's a quick game, 4-love.
David leads 4 games to love.
And what was for a moment appearing to be a competitive match is now turning into a rout. Needed a group only 2 games away from a Paralympic game finals.
Love 15.
Will only be if the group gets into a rut here somehow, some way, struggles with something which she's showing no indications of so far today. Don't know where it would come from. Controlling the game from the baseline. That's been the hallmark of Dita de Groot.
15-0.
As she has stamped her place in history of the women's wheelchair game. It's that posting up on the baseline, and if you can't drive her off, make her chase, she is going to run you around and she is going to push you off the court. Second double of this game. Just long off the backhand side, and now Wang with 2 break chances.
14.
Help of a couple of double faults and an unforced error maybe gets her on the board here in the second. First flinch we've seen from de Groot so far. 3 double faults and an unforced error gives Wang the game. De Groot goes to the sideline, up 4-1. Still dominant on the return game so far. Wang's got to figure out the service game. Got to string a couple together here before this becomes a competitive match again. Some real concentrated breathing there from Dita de Groot on the changeover. Positive statement, all part of a mental performance routine many tennis players adhere to. Wang able to get the break through the gifting of 3 double faults and an unforced error from de Groot. Now she's got to earn a hold. Good start there. Forehand winner. Her 7th of the match. Majority of those coming in the first set. Had a good little run since then, few and far between. Guessing there. A little tight, seeing trying to shake it out. Remarkable to think how easy things were looking for a while, and just one slip up on a service game starts to put a little bit of doubt, perhaps just a little. No reason for it yet, but just got to stay steady here. Force Wang into shots like that.
13-15.
Beautiful backhand right there. Yep, just too high, too deep. Wang not able to control that ball there. Making a mental note, keep it up high and deep, not down low in the strike zone. See if she loops a few more balls.
30-14.
Error there is going to be costly potentially there. It's now another break point. Errors like that, Wang cannot afford. Turn to serve too strong, and it's a quick break back from the defending Paralympic gold medalist, world number 1. Now serving for the match and a place in the final. Serve. A little funky there on the deuce side. That struggle continues. Just as quickly as de Groot gives one to Wang, Wang gives the gift back with the unforced error, 15-all. Quality of play has dropped a little bit from both players. Just desperately needs to get this serve dialed in on this deuce side. Change of the mind there by Wang. Was originally going to go around, wheel around, stay aggressive. Ultimately chose the second bounce. Took her out of rhythm. And we get the error from that forehand. High and deep is the answer there. Produces the unforced error, and now 2 match points for Dita de Groot.
14-15.
She says to herself.
Merci.
Struggles continue on the deuce side. Interesting how just some thought or something gets into your head, like for whatever reason, a certain spot on the court, missing free throws in basketball. But yet another match point on the side that she's been comfortable. Get a quality first serve in here. Her chances of going to the final are extremely high. Wang says not yet, not quite yet. We're gonna stay out here just a little bit longer. Long way to go for Wang, but she does get it back to deuce. Staves off the second match point. Comes behind her with the forehand winner. 14th of the match. With a little bit of rhythm now and a little bit of confidence, goes into the third match point. Barely in. We're going to get a check of this here. De Groot clearly confident, pointing to the mark. Official's out of the chair. He does confirm. It is game, set, and match for Dita de Groot. Convincing 6-2, 6-1. Win sends her to her second Paralympic Games gold medal match.
Game, set, and match. De Groot. She has to love 6-2, 6-1.
If there's such a thing as the look of a champion, there it is. Dominant performance. What looked like was going to be a competitive match, the early going of the first, turned into a rout by the world number one. Handshakes everywhere, smiles. Pursuit of gold intact. Wang playing for a medal for the first time. Having a great tournament. Looking to have an opportunity to be on the podium. with that woman there. The statistics in a 53-minute match. The total winners really starting to stack up. The total unforced errors starting to stack up. The winners in favor of de Groot. The unforced errors to the detriment of Wang. Convincing run to the final continues. And there's a look at what we have in store, the gold medal match. No surprise, it's the #1 and the #2 seeds, de Groot and Camigi, and it'll be for bronze, Wang and Van Koot of the Netherlands.
Ladies and gentlemen, our winner is now signing some official Paris 2024 tennis balls.
As has been the custom here at the games with the crowds. Autographs from both winners and losers. Winner gets to launch the balls into the stands for souvenirs. Thunderous applause all around. Tournament's not over for either one of these players. Still much at stake. It'll be Wang who will play for bronze. And of course, it will be de Groot who will play for gold. Just happy she didn't have to serve on that deuce side anymore. The relief. These athletes put so much time into their training, on court, off court. Much deserved ticket to the final. Highlights. Just calmly and beautifully, effortlessly placed into the corner there. One of 4 backhand winners for the match by Dida de Groot. And we've seen half of her backhand winners in the highlights package. 2 beautiful, 1 line, 1 cross. Firepower from Wang that she'll certainly need in the bronze medal match. And the return just long there ultimately proves to be the final point of the match.
Mesdames et messieurs, restez à l'écoute puisque dans un instant nous allons avoir la demi-finale masculine de double où les têtes de série numéro 1 britanniques Alfie Hewitt et Gordon Reid affronteront les têtes de série numéro 4 Frédéric Castaneo et Stéphane Houlet pour la France.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us.
An impressive display of tennis by world #1 Dida de Groot gets her to the gold medal match in the women's singles draw here at the 2024 Paris Paralympic Games. More tennis here on Susan Longland Stadium. Men's doubles semifinal action coming up You don't want to miss that. It's going to be spectacular.
Et puis applaudissez celle qui s'est inclinée aujourd'hui, qui jouera le match pour la médaille de bronze, qui est en train de quitter le cours.
And ladies and gentlemen, one last time, Wang Ziying.
Dernier match dans un instant, alors on va vous tester. Est-ce que vous êtes capable de donner de l'énergie pour les demi-finalistes?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to get the energy up here on Suzanne Longland. I can see some Union Jacks. How about a British song? Why not some Spice Girls?
Hey, wanna be, why not? Let's go! Si vous levez pour danser! Si vous dansez bien, Vincent vous trouvera et vous mettra sur les écrans géants! Fantastique! Est-ce que vous chantez aussi bien que Pipa? Allez, faites du bruit! Come on, ladies, sing! Allez, c'est la fin, c'est la fin, c'est la fin! On donne tout sur la fin! Vous avez été magnifiques! Ah, pas simple quand même la chanson en anglais, hein? Pas simple.
Ladies and gentlemen, you were fantastic. It was great to see some British voices, some Union Jacks out in the crowd today. But I think we need to give the French people some love as well. What do you reckon?
C'est maintenant que vous allez chanter les Français parce qu'on n'était pas tip top sur les Spice Girls. Alors on vous a préparé une autre chanson en français. Cette fois-ci, j'espère qu'on va beaucoup vous entendre jusqu'au secours Chartrier. Bah tiens, Si on allait sur les Champs-Élysées, Pipa, try to read. Allez! Où ça? Quand ça? Attends, là.
Hier soir, nous inconnus, ce matin sur la rue, deux amoureux tout détournés par la nuit. Et de l'étoile à corps, un orchestre à mille corps, tous les oiseaux du coin du jour chantent l'amour. Oh, Champs-Élysées.
Où ça?
Oh, Champs-Élysées.
Quand ça?
Au soleil, sous la nuit.
Ah oui. Aussi. Allez encore. Où ça? Mais quand ça? Allez, une dernière fois. Vous êtes énorme. Allez. Bravo! Énorme, superbe. Allez, on a donné de la voix, maintenant on va bouger nos corps avec une petite danse. Est-ce que vous êtes prêts pour la dance cam? Ah, on reste dans le classique. Si nous allons du côté de l'Égypte.
lumière du phare d'Alexandrie fait naufrager les papillons de ma jeunesse.
Et va devant! Derrière! Devant! Derrière! Et en rouge! N'oubliez pas les petits moulinets!
Alexandra, ce soir je donne la tête et toi tu meurs de froid. Ce soir je danse la débat.
Génial, bravo, excellent, extraordinaire. Moi j'en peux plus, j'espère que vous avez encore de la voix pour encourager le match qui va arriver très bientôt. Comme vous le voyez, les volontaires, les ramasseurs de balles se sont alignés sur le côté du terrain. Ce qu'on va essayer de faire, c'est une vague géante, une hola. Vous attendez leur signal après l'annonce en anglais.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for a Mexican wave. So all you need to do is watch the volunteers and follow their every move.
Quand vous voulez. Allez, 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 on fait le tour, 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 on revient, vous êtes prêts, ça repart. Allez, 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 ça marche, c'est beau, c'est beau, c'est beau, c'est beau, continue, continue, allez, encore un tour, parti. Allez, encore une fois, encore une fois, encore une fois. Extraordinaire, super, félicitations, encore un grand merci, un grand bravo aux bénévoles, aux ramasseurs de balles. Merci au public du Langlais également. Et on va pouvoir faire rentrer les équipes.
Welcome back to Susan Longland Stadium as we are preparing for this men's wheelchair doubles semi-final. Stadium roof still open, crowd still in the seats. Court looking pristine as always. Clouds overhead. Cool conditions, but nice, pleasant, perfect conditions for tennis. It'll be world-class wheelchair doubles men's semifinal. There's the matchup. Number 1 seeds, Alfie Hewitt, Gordon Reid of Great Britain versus Frédéric Cataneo, Stéphane Houdet of France, the number 4 seeds. Classic 1-4 matchup. Crowd is eagerly anticipating this one. And they will be in for a treat.
Mesdames et messieurs, les demi-finalistes du double masculin représentant la France.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing France, please welcome
Frédéric Cataneo, Stéphane Houdet.
What a moment for the Frenchman. What a moment for the crowd. They have been so amazingly supportive of all the French athletes. I mean, they've been supportive of everybody, but when you come on to the pitch or the court and you're representing the hometown crowd, energy goes up. And these guys right here, the Brits, looking to take the crowd out of it. And they come in as the favorites. Not only the number 1 seeds, but the heavy favorites. They have the resume, they have the pedigree, they have the experience, they have everything that it takes to win a gold medal, something that they have yet to do in their illustrious career so far as a partnership. But they are on track here in Paris. Look at Frédéric Cataneo, 45-year-old Frenchman. And the elder statesman, the legend, Stéphane Houdet, 53 years old. Possibly one of the greatest, if not the greatest, individual doubles player in the history of the sport, having won with so many partners, so many big Grand Slam venues, Paralympic Games, 3-time gold medalist in doubles at the Paralympics, dating back to 2008, partnered with Michael Jarmiez, chef de mission for France here in these games. Then it was twice Nico Pfeiffer in Rio and in Tokyo, defeating these Brits at both of those games, denying them the gold. And the wise old Frenchman do it one more time. A little bit younger, a little bit fresher on the British side there. 26-year-old world number 1 in singles and doubles, Alfie Hewitt. 32-year-old from Scotland, Gordon Reid. A mere 58 years of life experience for those two, compared to 98 years of life experience for the Frenchman. Legendary French player Yannick Noah, captain of the men's French team here in Paris. French teammate Gaëtan Menge here to support Ateneo and Ude. Both teams roar out into the center of the court to prepare for this coin toss. Chair umpire for this match from the USA, Scott Elbin.
Stop play. Make sure I know you've stopped. If I'm not sure, I'll get down myself. Okay? Any questions? You had a machine? No. These are microphones. Your coach over here, yours over here. Would you like pink or blue for towels? Maybe it's better to use blue and pink. Okay.
Working out the towel box distribution. French have won the toss, chose to receive. And the crowd is ready for action. '53-year-old Stéphane Houdet, four-time Grand Slam singles champion. So he's done it all in the sport. Get a look there at how they advanced to this semifinal match pretty convincingly. Straight through against the Israelis, 2-1, and then against the Brazilians, 3-0. Both of these guys, tremendous doubles players. Ateneo, a medalist of his own right. Successful doubles partner, many a match with many a partner. Ateneo, who won silver in 2012. Partnered with Nico Pfeiffer of France as they were defeated by Stefan Olsson and Peter Wikström of Sweden in that gold medal match. Does he have another run in him? Do both of these guys have another run in them to the gold medal match? At a minimum, they will be vying for a medal. Win or lose, they get a chance at one. And a look at how the Brits got here. Again, convincingly through the Chileans. The lefty-righty matchup, always a strength for any great doubles team. The Bryan brothers from the US, a great example. These two, no shortage of accolades in their resume.
3 minutes.
Just for clarification, it was straight sets against the Chileans and then straight sets against Ruben Spargeren and Martin ter Hofte of the Netherlands to advance to this semifinal match. Hewitt and Reed on a mission for gold here in Paris, looking to complete their Golden Slam, having already won multiple times all 4 Grand Slam doubles titles. The only thing that eludes them is Paralympic gold.
He is 45 years old and is playing at the Paralympics for the 4th time after claiming a silver medal in London 2012. He's also won a Grand Slam title here in Roland-Garros the same year. Stéphane Houdet is 53 years old and a 5-time Olympian. He aims to win his 5th medal, having won gold 3 times in Beijing, Rio and Tokyo.
2 minutes.
They're seeded 4th and they are representing France.
2 minutes.
Cataneo not as much of a threat in singles as he once was, but in doubles, very capable. Holds down his side of the court, understands the dynamics, the geometry of the court, and can play a tremendous role. Firepower there off the right hand from Alfie Hewitt and from Gordon Reid, the lefty. 51 titles for that doubles team right there. And their time together.
In both singles and doubles. His partner is 32 years old and playing in his 5th games, having played consecutively since Beijing in 2008 and getting a gold medal in Rio. Together, they claimed a silver medal in Tokyo and have won 21 Grand Slam titles. Representing Great Britain, please welcome Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid.
You may have heard from the stadium announcer, 21 Grand Slam titles, 51 overall titles on the tour, 21 of those Grand Slam. They know how to win in every condition, on every surface. They've won here at Roland-Garros in the past. Again, they just have not crossed over the line and won gold at the Paralympics.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will consist of 2 sets, 10-point match tiebreak, played at 1 set-off. The team of Cataneo and Houdet, right in chair, won the toss, elected to receive.
Team GB there in the stands.
End of warm-up.
Mesdames et messieurs, par courtoisie envers les joueurs et les autres spectateurs, nous vous demandons de mettre tous vos téléphones mobiles et appareils audio en mode silencieux. Merci.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy to the players and fellow spectators, we ask you to turn on your phones and audio devices to silence. Thank you.
Mentioned that Houdet might be the greatest doubles player of all time. It's not just about how he plays the game. I think one of the great things about him is how he is as a partner. I've watched him with so many different partners over the years, and he just has the ability to be supportive, encouraging, takes the lead, just knows how to be that quintessential partner in doubles. When the pressure's on, how to ease the tension for his partner. It's a phenomenal skill set. The lefty, Reid serving on top. In the red, the Frenchman on the bottom. First point to the French pair as everybody gets involved.
Love 15.
Houdet looking really aggressive in his positioning on these returns. Looking to put pressure on, not having to worry about covering open court like you do in singles. He has protection behind him. Now he can post up. There's the touch from the Frenchman. He's got power, he's got touch, sees the court beautifully. Extends out, softens up. Hewitt can't dig it out. Nobody can. Quick 30-love lead for the French. Double fault there. Cantaneo also. Clearly a game plan. The French pushing in aggressively on the returns, knowing they don't have to protect behind them. They've got a partner for that. Put the pressure on, get the ball on top of the Brits as early and as quickly as possible. Seize control of the point. And that forehand too strong there from Hewitt. Gets the Brits on the board.
15-40.
If you're good with this approach, if you're good with this attack on the return of serves, you can set yourself up. If you don't do enough and the Brits get some good early looks at your return, they'll turn the tables quickly. Forehand from Reed sails long, and it's a quick break for the French. To the delight of the partisan crowd.
First game.
Stéphane Houdet to serve first for the French.
Stéphane Houdet to serve.
Drop shot, not good enough there from Hewitt. Brits off to a little shaky start.
15 love.
Clearly going to be attacking Cantaneo, but Cantaneo, with the experience, knows how to play that role. Has been in that role many times in the past. Very much can sustain and hold up under those attacks. Another example of Cantaneo holding up and delivering. A little too strong there. Reed kind of out of position, not flowing. Brits haven't been able to create any momentum so far in the early going. Old school leather grip there. Stéphane Houdet. And it's a return to serve error off the very strong Houdet serve. Got the Brits thinking now. The French are a point away from a quick 2-0. Clean overhead winner there from the Scot. Puts the Brits on the board here in game 2, but still down a couple of points. 2 opportunities for the French to hold. Love the silver on the back of the French. Looks so good, shines so brightly. Sparkling uniform. First error of the match for the French, which typically tells the tale. It's 5 unforced errors for the Brits so far, which is what put them in this early hole. Only 1 now for the French. First mistake. Cantaneo looks to go offensive, misses the opportunity, and we go to deuce. Brits getting a little bit more rhythm.
Deuce.
The Brits would love for Cantaneo to have to be the shot maker. That's Houdet's role. But if he doesn't have the opportunities, he can't make the shots. And it's the backhand error from Cantaneo. Strategy from the Brits starting to be impactful, as that's now 4 straight points for them.
Advantage. Read.
It was a 40-love lead for France. Now erased and a break point to get things to 1-all. Team GB starting to come to life here.
Out.
Just long off the forehand of Cantaneo. 1-all.
One game on.
Classic example of British naval warfare. They've steadied the ship. 1-all here, early going.
Alfie Hewins to serve.
Intensity coming up on the court quite a bit now. Another error from Cantaneo. His 4th, the team's 4th now. Brits starting to press the action. Gonna put an immense amount of pressure on that man right there. As far as the Brits are concerned, Houdet gets to serve. He gets to make a return. If he doesn't see another ball after that, they'll be fine. That's a great shot. Houdet's there, but there's a lot of court. And another error from Cantaneo, and the frustration evident. Houdet doing a great job of getting himself involved in that point, but the Brits defending a couple of his attacks. Once again, get the error from Cantaneo. We're now all square at 5-all on the unforced errors. Early mistakes to the Brits, of late to the French. Brits certainly starting to strike the ball a little cleaner with a little bit more intent. As they have certainly taken up their game a good percentage here, as they are now point away from a hold and 2-1 up. Great lob there by Cantaneo. Hewitt tracks it down and can't respond. Great shot by Fred Cantaneo. Much relieved.
40-15.
Brits still with 2 points here. On serve. Catches the line. Hewitt tracks it down. And a classic switch by the Brits. 2 forehands in the middle. Aggressive forehand there, wide by Hewitt. Back-to-back points for the French, 40-30. Still slight advantage here for the Brits. One more point to close out this game. Nice hit, but in. Houdet on the attack. Great drop shot by Reed, and it's going to be good enough.
Game, Hewitt Reed.
Showing off all the skills.
Hewitt Reed lead 2-1.
We are on serve in the first. Men's doubles semifinal. Win, go to the gold medal match. And that is the goal for those guys right there in search of their first.
Time.
All right, renewed energy from the Brits, get them to a 2-1 advantage here in the first serve. On serve, though. Frédéric Cataneo to serve for the French. Hewitt with the ripping forehand through the middle. Quick point for the Brits. They'll look to get the break here. Cataneo serve. Deal with Houdet when his comes around each time in the rotation. Gonna get some good looks here. And there's one of the reasons why he's at the top of the list. All-time doubles players. Ability to finish, impact the match with one shot. Just not a good enough lob there. Easy cleanup for Houdet. Going forward on the serve here, pressuring the return. Equally responding. It's the backhand swinging volley for the winner.
15-30.
Houdet fights off the overhead attack by Hewitt. Two-handed backhand.
30-all.
Hewitt dumps it in the net. He's already smiling. Great exchange there. Forehand right back on the attack by Hewitt.
30-40.
Nothing Houdet can do about that one, not even in the vicinity. And it's a break point now to extend the lead here for the Brits. Not done, now done. We go to deuce.
Deuce.
Reed had some options there. He tried to come back behind Houdet. It's smarter to just loop that ball back up over onto the Cataneo side. Aggressive forehand there from Cataneo. That unforced error. Gives the Brits another break point. Switch by the Brits. There's the swinging volley by Hewitt. And another game for the Brits. Too much firepower right now coming from both rackets.
Hewitt, Reed lead
The red shirts. Cataneo able to get a racket on it, but not control it enough. Little bit of separation now. Second time through the service rotation. Brits have settled down after early 5 unforced errors. They're at 8. French are at 8. Majority of those coming over the last 3 games for the French. They are forcing the mistake on the read forehand.
Love 15.
Day really trying hard to keep his partner engaged and positive. Just got to hang around. They were able to break Reed in the first game of the match. And they repeat. Reed too aggressive with the lob attempt over Houdet. And that takes a great lob because his court positioning almost always flawless. Never too far in where the lob becomes too easy, never too deep where he can be attacked at the feet. Forces you to have to hit great shots to beat him. Drop shot here. Reed's on the wheels. Not enough. Houdet just disguises that so well. You have to respect the power of the forehand here. His pushing in, and then he just opens up.
Love 40.
Has the touch. But if you start pushing forward too early, he's got the firepower to drive the forehand past you. It's a deadly combination. Now a chance for the French to break at love. Break Reed for the second time. And there's the break.
Game.
And a smile on the face of Fred Cataneo after some struggles there for a couple of games.
Hewitt Reed lead 3 games to 2. Time.
Here we go. 5 games on the board. First one to the French, 3 straight to the Brits. French settle things down with their second break of serve on the Reed serve. And now Houdet serving, the chance to level things at 3. Cataneo starting to find some success. Crowd's going to go crazy if the French win this point. That one's just long. And in our longest rally of the match, it's the Brits who are too tough. The crowd does not get the outcome they want. Reed can't dig that attack out. A little tentative there on that forehand. Shakes it off. Partner gives him a high five. 15 all. Day putting a little extra something on that serve, just missing wide. Maybe one of the first mistakes of the day from Houdet.
15-30.
He's been steady, hasn't had a lot of volume of play on his racket, but when he has, he's been exceptional. Cantaneo has steadied up. There, makes the play, only the lefty can. Scoops out the forehand on the angle.
15-40.
Little too much air on that one from Houdet. Gives Reed enough time to dig it out, has plenty of time actually to line it up. A couple of break points now for the Brit to extend back again to a 2-game lead. Yep. Hewitt gets in, gets offensive, forces the error there. Brits back up on top by 2. Number 1 seeds looking to extend here, go up 5-2 with a hold. Crowd rooting on their guys, Houdet and Cantaneo. Giving them every bit of energy they can. Too much there from Houdet. Great defensive play by Hewitt.
15 love.
Fend off that initial Houdet attack, which was really good. Aggressive play there by Hewitt, doesn't produce.
15 all.
Doesn't cost him much as we just go to 15 all. Options there for Reed, takes the soft one, and it is good. Wicked touch there from the Scot. Not only drops it, but slices it out even the little side spin so that it continues to run to the sideline. Speedy Cantaneo cannot track it down. Overcooked there. The forehand too aggressive from Hewitt. He knows it.
30 all.
Second error of the game. Hewitt forehand, but still just 30 all. Drop again. Maybe put the attack on. Exploit Houdet in the back. There's the big forehand from Houdet. Forces the air off the backhand side of Reed. Great back and forth battle in that point there.
30-40.
Too much depth there off the Houdet forehand. Break chance now for the French. Yes, it is up. Late call there by the chair umpire, but not really contested by the Brits.
Game.
Great get by Reed.
Ball change, please.
Just sails it a little bit through the sideline. And a really important break for the French. Big difference there, 4-3 versus 5-2, and the Brits cruising. Not quite sure who those folks could be rooting for. Brits still on top, but just by a game. Pressure here on the Cattaneo serve. Brits were able to break him. It's been breaks of serve against Reed and break a serve against Cattaneo. Too good there, the swinging volley. Once again, how the Brits align their team to get that swinging forehand in the middle. So anything that's floating defensively through the middle, it's going to get a forehand swinging volley or an overhead. Great tactic that they employ, better than anybody else in the world. Just long, aggressive swing from Hewitt.
15 all. First.
Another error there from the Brits. A little momentum starting to build here for the French team. Again, crowd would be hyper enthusiastic were they to get this hold, level things off at 4. Day able to handle things through the middle there, really controlling the court with his positioning. Make it get difficult to avoid him. 2 chances here now for Cattaneo to get hold on his serve. Starting to find some real rhythm and consistency. Day sends one into the stands. A couple of points to play with, though. Still a chance to hold. It's a little bit on their heels all of a sudden. Relieved to get that error. Errors telling the story once again as the number has climbed to 17 for the Brits. Steadier play over the course of the last 2 games here from the French. And with that, quite a bit long there. We go to deuce. Too good there from Hewitt. Ill-advised attack from Cataneo. Momentum now shifting back to the Brits. Renewed energy. Opportunity for the moment lost for the French. Best they can do is get it back to even right here. And they do not get it back to even. It is the Brits who get the break.
Hewitt Reed lead 5 games.
Noticeable reaction by the French. Opportunity lost there. 5-3 with Reed now serving. See if he can get his first hold of the match. It would come at a pretty critical time here. They could close it out. Get a nice freebie there on the first point. Kind of a stagnant friend Cataneo on the return. Ill-advised attempt there to get past Houdet at the net. Reed smiles, kind of shakes it off, but knows he's got to resist that temptation. Reed serve giving Cataneo a little bit of trouble all of a sudden. That ball's well behind the baseline from Houdet. 30-15.
30-15.
Clearly Reed doing a little something different with his serve in this third go-round. Hewitt can't dig it out of the corner. Great shot there by Cataneo. All starts from the heavy attack on the return from Houdet. Coming in hard, charging, taking the return early, not letting Reed get a good look. Weaker ball, Cataneo can handle it. That one flies. Now the French with a chance to break again. really have had a good read on the read serve so far today. Having a quick chat with the coaching staff about options here. That's just wide. Another break for the French.
Hewitt Reed lead 5 games to 4.
It will be the French who will serve this time to stay in the set. They stay alive here in the first.
Time.
Brets cannot dismiss the French yet today. Now up against the Houdet serve. France really working over Reed right now. And it's Gordon Reed, the former world #1 singles gold medalist in Rio,
15.
who's up to the challenge. Just as much as the Brits have looked to attack Cataneo, it looks like the French are clearly zeroing in on Reed, not wanting Hewitt to impact the match. Drop shot there by Hewitt. Houdet not able to track it down. Great shot making on display there.
Love 30.
Ball just continues to travel away from Houdet. Can't extend far enough. Disappointed that he wasn't able to get to it. Brits 2 points away from set number 1. It's a simple backhand error by Reed. Gets the French on the board. Not certain what was going on there. But now the Brits are a point away from set number 1. That's back, and it is set number 1 to the number 1 seeds.
6 games to 4.
Reed and Hewitt, 6 games to 4 in a highly competitive first set. Tough assignment here for the French tonight. "12 winners amassed there. That's the big disparity. Unforced errors on the side of the Brits a little heavy as well. Pretty even set, all things being considered. Some of the highlights from the first set, and there were many. Drop shot by Houdet. Beautiful overhead there by Reed. Watch this get by Houdet. And there's the set point that sealed it for Great Britain. 1 set away from returning to the gold medal match. Slight delay here as we've had players leave the court. We'll wait for their return, and we will be underway in set number 2, men's semifinal doubles, Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Really have to wonder if we could possibly be looking at the last Paralympic match for a 53-year-old Frenchman named Stéphane Houdet. He's been a mainstay in the Paralympic wheelchair tennis events for a long time. It has to end sometimes. He seems to be timeless.
Second set.
Still playing at the highest level. Both the singles and doubles competition here in Paris. Can the French muster up enough firepower to take the Brits to the match tiebreak?
15 long.
That's an exchange that heavily favors the Brits. Hewitt to Cataneo. Too strong from Hewitt right there. French a little bit out of position there in the court. Fortunate to get that error from Reed.
30-15.
Both the Frenchmen well inside the baseline. Had Reed been able to execute, might have been able to tie them up, but he wasn't. Just back. It here was not clean off the strings from Cataneo without the additional ripping of the ball. Doesn't get enough spin. And now it's 2 cracks at a hold here for the Brits. Great start for Britain if they can get a hold from Reed here early. Unable to do it in his early service games in the first set. Great lob there from Cataneo. Sets up the master. Starts there, great defense by Hewitt, but right there is Boudet. Just too strong right there from start to finish in that point. Total command. And the moment he laid his racket on that return, locked Reed up on the baseline, fouls it up with the punishing forehand through the middle. Reed backhand breaking down there. Produces the error, and from a couple of chances to hold, it's now a break point for the French to continue the attack of the Reed service games. French get the break, just like they did in the first set. We'll see how the Brits respond. Couldn't be a better start there for the French. I'd consider sending Gordon Reed forward more often. He can handle himself at net. Gives Alfie Hewitt a few more looks to set him up and get him engaged in this match. But it's the Boudet serve that's just too strong. 145 kilometers on that one. Biggest serve we've seen of the day.
15 love.
Comes from the elder statesman on the court. Still got that lively arm. errant forehand there from Cattaneo.
15 all.
Here comes Reed. And he wins the exchange with Houdet.
$15-30.
I think this strategy could really pay off for the Brits. See if we can look for Reed to get in more often. Good enough there that time.
15-40.
Gives the French captain a look and a nod. All of a sudden, it's an unsteady Houdet.
1 game all.
The Brits get the break right back. Very rapidly there. French crowd stepping it up.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Love the enthusiasm here inside Susan Langland Stadium. It's been that way since day one of the competition. Record crowds. Alfie Hewitt imposing himself right there.
15 love. Let. First serve.
Houdet continuing from start to finish today to employ that aggressive return of serve approach. Yep, Hewitt getting more looks now.
30 love.
Couple of errors now, back to back from the French. Yeah, you don't want to go toe-to-toe with Alfie Hewitt. World number one will gladly embrace that exchange. Too strong there for Fred Cattaneo. Once again, it's Hewitt versus Cataneo. Advantage Hewitt, and he gets the error and the hold.
Hewitt Reed lead 2-1.
Still on serve, exactly like we were in the first set. Quick break of Reed, break back of Uday, and now a hold by Hewitt.
Time.
Can the Brits extend like they did in the first set? Once again, sustain or establish that two-game cushion, so critical. Breathing room. Alfie Hewitt looks to be really engaged at the moment. He's won a couple of big exchanges here recently, looking to get right back on the attack, and he does. Reed tracks it down. Huday's waiting for it. Drops it nicely in for the winner.
$15.
So simple. Reed's got options. Goes to the angle and the cleanup. Not enough. And Hewitt sends the forehand well long. So quick 30 love for the French on the Cataneo serve.
30 love. Thank you. Players are ready. Thank you. Yes, sir.
There's that angled return from Hewitt.
30-15.
So good from Alfie Hewitt. Says, I got you, partner.
30 all.
Boy, he's been good on that cross-court forehand. Really dialed in there. Just as quickly as it's dialed in, it's gone. Poof.
40-30.
A little over-exuberant there with that one. And now a chance for the French to get a critical hold. relentless attacks coming from the Brits here. French continuing to hold out and defend. Game and 2-all here in the second. Tremendous defense from the French there.
Games on.
Relentless attacks by the Brits. All that enthusiasm from the hold there in the defense. Sometimes there's a little lack of focus for a moment. Takes an error like that to get you back in track. Brits will gladly take it. Going up and over. He's got it. Can Reed get it? He's got it. We're in play. Things are settled again. Drop shot, not good enough. Catches the tape. To the delight
15-all
of the crowd. Heavily in favor of the French team, understandably so. Just the old master there, seeing the court beautifully. Starts with the attack on Reed. Now sees the opening through the middle, splits it. Really get the sense that the French are completely invested, totally believing. Reed just dodges that one. As a reminder, the French could somehow claw out this second set. We go to a match tiebreak. All bets are off there. That's well long off the backhand from Hewitt. French, the steadier team right now. The Brits
30
showing a little bit of doubt, a little uncertainty. Point away from going down for the first time in the match. Still up a set, but would be down in this second set, which the French are looking to get to force the match tiebreak.
Thank you.
Big angle, too good. Once again, it's Hewitt, forehand angle off the sideline. At a critical moment. Momentary relief for the Brits. Just not enough room for Cataneo. But a nice exchange with the linesman. Tremendous serve there by Gordon Reed at a big moment.
Advantage.
Reed swung that lefty serve into the tee there. Too much firepower from Hewitt right there, and it's the Brits who get the critical hold on the Reed serve. French team had some moments and opportunities, just couldn't quite get it done. Still in the match though.
Time.
Team GB trying to rally their guys on. They want them to get that two-game lead back. Drop shot with angle, too good. In the moments that matter lately here in this set, it's been Alfie Hewitt who stepped up and has delivered some brilliance. Not getting any love from the tape there. It's a quick 30-love lead for the Brits. Nets tend to be very tight here. I've seen most net cords come back. Very few go over. Love. Hewitt getting a look at a second serve. How aggressive. Houdet has the answer this time. Hewitt tries for the soft touch. Too much to handle.
30.
A big miss there by Houdet on an offensive opportunity. Hasn't missed many of those today. Comes at a tough time now. Gives the Brits a couple of break points. Yannick Noah continuing to deliver encouragement. Change of pace serve there by Houdet. Reed at the last minute changes his mind, tries to push it up the line past Houdet, floats it long.
30-40.
Still another chance for the Brits to break, extend their lead. Big lob there. It's good enough. Can Houdet track it? Yes. Ritz on the attack. Cantaneo whips the forehand into the alley for the winner. Seizing the moment. Looked like it was going to be Great Britain on the attack, but no, 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 says Frederic Cantaneo. He levels things here. Gets the French team back to deuce. Fight off a couple of break points. Test today. Think again. Points to his partner for his exceptional steadiness and consistency in giving him the opportunity. So simple there. Just lay the racket out. Receive.
Merci. Thank you. Merci.
It's Cantaneo once again, says, let me hear it, fans. High fives around the stands. We're tied at 3 here in the second. Not just content to play the role of Mr. Steady, coming up with some offense, some critical moments, delivering. 3 games all. Back and forth continues. New balls. Not this time. He's been magical up there. Make a few mistakes. Even in the mistake, he keeps the pressure on the Brits. They know they even got away with one there, perhaps. Always have to be mindful of Houdet when he's going forward. He's shown too many times his abilities to do damage up there. That's an outstanding lob, high and heavy from the lefty.
30 love.
They broke Houdet the last time at a critical moment. Can they do it again? That's too good from Alfie Hewitt. The Hewitt serve game looking strong here. Swinging volleys have been a real weapon today. Much needed, easy hold. First ace of the match. Couldn't come at a better time for the Brits as they take the 4-3 lead. Every time you think the Brits are just gonna separate, maybe make a move, close this thing out, the French have had the answer. Will they have another answer in them? Not completely up against it yet, but close. Deeper here in the second set.
Time.
Fred Cataneo to serve. Brits looking to get on the attack. Pretty confident that they can handle the Cataneo serve. Start most of these points in control. The attack there forces the error off the forehand of Houdet.
Love 15.
Reed left too much space. Cattaneo took advantage of it. Don't think he thought Fred was going to come back at him like that. Too good there from Hewitt. Goes aggressive middle, pulls Cattaneo in, gets the response he wants, cleans it up with a nice volley. Pushes right through that, keeps it clean. Pretty textbook right there. Right now it's Cattaneo is putting good swings on the ball. Today who produces the error. And a couple of chances here now for the Brits to extend. Inch closer. Pressure really starting to build against the French line here. No love off the let cord. One of the break points erased.
30-40.
Probably about a half an inch, a couple centimeters difference from a winner there. Much needed reprieve for the French. Ill-advised shot there. Hewitt knows it. Doesn't make any sense at all, he's thinking to himself. There's no space, really. Why? Sorry. It happens, even to the best of the best. Houdet is there. Reed is there. Cattaneo cannot track it down. Reed calmly just pushed that one.
Advantage. Reed.
Cattaneo doesn't know where he's going. Gets a late start. Can't get behind the ball. Another break chance. Ooh la la, you heard him say it.
Game.
Can't believe it.
Reed.
The simplest of balls.
Hewitt Reed lead 5-3.
Some breathing room for the Brits. And, well, it's pretty much, to use a cliche, do or die time for the French right here. Not only need one game, but they need two to tie it up. They would certainly like to get Stéphane Houdet serving one more time. If they can get the break here, it would be Houdet who would have a chance to serve to tie it up. Gets there and pushes it long.
Love 15.
Hewitt attacking the backhand of Houdet, gets the error in the net.
15 all.
Each point inches us closer to a potential finale. Lob is long from Cataneo. You can see the scoreboard.
15.
You can see the pressure. Knowing that at any moment, could be inching closer to match points. Drop shot, Cataneo's there. Both French up. Too easy there for Gordon Reid. Pulls Cataneo out wide, exposes the middle, comes in, sticks the volley. Beautifully done.
40,
and now
15.
2 match points to send the Brits to their 3rd straight gold medal match at a Paralympic Games. Twice silver. Quest for gold, a point away. Just a loose forehand there from Gordon Reid. Gives the French a sigh of relief for a moment.
40,
for just
30.
a moment, as we have another match point. Can they give the crowd what they want? Can they get them back to deuce? It's the magic of the Scot at the net with the half volley drop shot winner. And it is Team Great Britain, Alfie Hewitt, Gordon Reid going for gold once again. Best team in the world on a mission. French gave them everything they could handle today, pushed them hard. Outstanding tennis here on Susan Longland. Men's doubles semifinal. It is Hewitt and Reid into the gold medal match. Cataneo, Houdet will play for bronze. What a finish there. Reid with the drop shot magic. A worthy match point. Sigh of relief. On to the final. Victors. And a sigh for the Frenchman. As he will look to potentially collect his second Paralympic medal. Silver in London. His opportunity will be bronze here in Paris. Stéphane Houdet sharing some court moments. His two youngest children. Match statistics, hour and 47. It's the total winners. It's the steady pressure from the Brits. Ultimately, just too much balance from that duo. As they prepare to launch some match balls into the stands. Enthusiastic crowd, heavily in support of the French, but very much recognizing greatness here in the Brits. Willing to acknowledge their excellence on this court. A look at yet to be determined medal matches. We know that Hewitt and Reed are in for the gold. We know that Cataneo and Houdet are in for the bronze. The outcome of the Caversacci, De La Puente, Mickey, Oda match will determine the opponents in those two medal matches. Highlights from this one. Nicely there.
(40-30).
Beautiful drop shot there from Hewitt, sent Cataneo into the bench.
15.
Foreshadowing to our match point. Here it comes.
Game, set.
Great respect between those four. Very familiar foes. Nightfall quietly coming upon us here in Paris. A certain quiet about the city right there, right now. Tranquility for a moment as these incredible Paralympic Games What we know is those two guys right there, the last visual on your screen, the last ones on the court, Alfie Hewitt, Gordon Reed. What we know is that they're going to a gold medal match in men's doubles. opponent yet to be determined. We know that Cataneo and Houdet will play for bronze. It's been a glorious day here on Susan Longland. As we get deeper and deeper into the wheelchair tennis competition here at Roland-Garros and here at the 2024 Paris Paralympic Games. Great matches still ahead. We hope you'll join us for continuing action.